Okay.
Okay, this is Stephen Stowe, president of the CEC, and I'll call the business meeting to order at 6:01 p.m. Vito, can you take roll call attendance, please?
Dylan Lau.
Good evening, Steve. Yes, I certainly can. Stand by. President Steve Stowe,
Here.
Vice President Jennifer Hugh,
Here.
Second Vice President Elizabeth Chan, no. Recording Secretary Vito Labella, present. Treasurer Marie Brugueras,
Marie is now logging in.
now logging in. Okay,
Yes.
do you see her? We'll come back. Councilmember Gada Amin. Gada. Councilmember Li Ping Chang.
Here.
Hello.
Here. Hello. Nice to meet you.
Good evening. Councilmember Yona Isufi. Yona. Councilmember Maya Rosenblatt. Councilmember
Okay,
Kevin.
so
Kevin
Gada
Dow?
is here. I just have to figure out which iPhone she is.
Okay. Joyce Z.
Here.
Hi, Joyce.
Hi, good evening.
So as people come in, just wave to me. Let me know they're there and I'll put them on the official roll call.
Hi, Vito. I'm here. It's Marie Brugueras.
Hello, how are you? How are you? Gotcha. How about Elizabeth? Anyone see Elizabeth? So we're looking for Elizabeth, Gada, Yona, Maya.
Gada's on one of the iPhones.
Okay,
We don't
Which
know
is
which.
a little troubling because I have to make her a co-host, but I don't know which one it
see
is.
Yona.
Mhm.
All righty, I found Yona.
This-
Steve, I think while they figure that out, I think you could proceed.
Let's move on. Sounds good. Good evening. Welcome, everyone, to the CEC February business meeting. The agenda for the business meeting tonight is simply approve the minutes from the last month's business meeting, followed by a number of open discussion topics about different projects that the CEC is working or is going to be working on. So it's a pretty low-key business meeting tonight. And then, of course, the calendar meeting will follow this at 7. Natalia, can you share the?
Don't forget we have to the translators.
You're right. You're right. Let me go through that. Thank you very much. And first, I do have to remind everyone that it's a public meeting. It's being recorded. We have with us tonight the Spanish, Arabic, and Mandarin translators. You should see video of these interpreters. Thank you very much to them for being here with us and providing this important service to our Spanish, Arabic, and Mandarin speaking populations. They will now announce instructions for any attendees who may wish to dial into the language lines at this time. Could our Spanish interpreter please introduce themselves and provide their instructions?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Buenas noches a todos. Para entrar a la línea de español, por favor, marque el número 347-966-4114. Una vez más, el número telefónico para entrar a la línea de español es 347-966-4114 e ingrese el número de identificación 203-818-128 numeral. Una vez más, el número de identificación es 203-818-128 128 numeral. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Would our Mandarin interpreters please introduce themselves?
Good evening, this is Mandarin interpreter ZEO。以下的翻译线是做中文普通话翻译的通知。如果你需要中文普通话翻译，请您拨打电话347-966-4114，然后请你输入会议密码164-176-790井号键。再播报一遍，如果需要中文普通话翻译，请您拨打电话347-966-4114，然后输入会议密码164-176-790井号键。谢谢。I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. And could our Arabic interpreter please introduce themselves?
Hello everyone, this is Appear Arabic interpreter. أهلا وسهلا جميعا. للحصول على الترجمة باللغة العربية الرجاء الاتصال على رقم 347-966-4114 مع إدخال الرقم السري 643-849-172 مع علامة الهاشتاج. الرقم مرة أخرى هو 347-966-4114 مع إدخال الرقم السري 643-849-172 مع علامة الهاشتاج. الرجاء كتم الصوت على جهاز الكمبيوتر وعلى الهاتف والاستماع من خلال الزوم. وإذا كان هناك أي سؤال يرجى وضعه في خانة الدردشة. مع الاتصال برقم الهاتف مرة أخرى 347-966-4114 مع إدخال الرقم السري 643-849-172 مع علامة الهاشتاج. وشكرا. Thank you. Arabic announcement completion.
Thank you. Because we will have simultaneous interpretation throughout the meeting, it is very important that everyone speaks slower than usual to allow the interpreters to keep up. Third announcement, during the calendar meeting tonight, we will hold a public comment session. If you would like to sign up for public speaking, you can now use the form located on the CEC website. In addition, Natalia will post it in the chat. So the agenda for the business meeting, as I said before, the first order of business is review the minutes from last month's meeting. So now, Natalia, can you please share those? So everyone, please review the minutes from last month's business meeting. Are there any changes to the business meeting minutes from January? Okay, the minutes are approved. I want to make one, so now we are into the general session of the business meeting. Council members can feel free to raise topics that they would like to discuss. There's one topic I want to bring up with people, which is there's been discussion with CEC2 and with CEC2 is organizing it, and the Citywide Council on High Schools to organize an information session for parents on the application process. And it would help to explain a lot of the nuances, a lot of the technical details, a lot of the process, the information that parents need to know, given the changes that have occurred. And so the, as I mentioned, it's part of CEC2's Admissions and Diversity Committee. They have scheduled a meeting for next Tuesday, the 15th, at 7 p.m. And the current expectation is that that they will host the meeting. A few of us will be there. The Citywide Council on High Schools will have members there, and DOE enrollment has been invited. In the agenda, like I said, we'll cover high school, middle school admissions, explanation of lottery numbers. So once we get more information on that, we will share that with the community. But I just wanted to ask council members if there were any thoughts on that. Does that seem like something that's, there's no real approval process for this. We've been invited and we can attend, and it's going to be open for parents anywhere in the city.
Who is the organizer of this?
It is organized by CEC2. So they're
Okay.
a large CEC in Manhattan.
Okay. And I mean, I know the high school admission ended on the March 1st. So we are quite tight on schedule. Do we have any idea? Is it the next week or something like that?
The 15th, Tuesday.
The 15th Tuesday. Oh, great. Do they have any flyers we can share?
It's a great idea. I'll work on that. And what we need is we need them to officially announce the meeting, and then we could probably share it because it's their committee. Yep. Go ahead, Kim.
Is the meeting going to be in English only or there be interpret?
I've asked actually about translation. Not sure. I'll work on that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Good questions, though.
Hi, Steve, it's Maya. I just want to say that having a 7th grader in my family and communicating with a lot of parents, they know that I'm in CEC and they keep asking me questions. So it would be very helpful because parents are, confused and stressed out.
Absolutely. This is who it's intended for sure.
I mean, I have a social media group. We've been doing this for 2 years, in the past 2 years, actually, to the Chinese parents. But it'd be great
Oh,
to hear
interesting.
the official ones.
Yeah. Any other council member comments on that?
I will be happy to attend it. It's Marie.
Great.
Steve, I'll be doing the same exact thing for my PTO at 187.
On the same day, Vito?
Yes.
Okay. Popular topic. Okay, moving along. Jen.
Yep.
You and I chatted about sort of a generalized, let's sort of discuss in kind of an open conversation around sort of CEC sort of projects and priorities. And I don't know if you have anything you want to sort of say off the bat. I have the sheet that had a bunch of projects listed on it. If it helps, I could share that and we could just sort of talk through. But basically, Jen and I, actually, Jen, why don't you share some of the thoughts you had? Because they were good thoughts.
Basically, the all of us probably have a lot of things that we would like to see get done. And the original list that Steve had created in the Google Docs was already pretty extensive. And I feel like we keep adding things to it and it's getting longer and longer and longer. And the fact of the matter is we can't do all of it. We can't focus all of our energies on everything on that list. So I was thinking if we could, as a group, discuss priorities, like what exactly as a group we want to focus on, and then individually, if there is a pet project that you would like to focus on for yourself, you can create, you could volunteer to be part of a committee or lead a committee to spearhead that particular effort, and then you can just sort of report back and touch base with the group in our meetings. But basically, I just want to make sure that we have a more focused way of doing things because of the fact that there is a limited resource and time. I mean, we're all parents, and we're, you know, doing this sort of like as much as we can on the side. So those are my thoughts. I just figured, you know, if we concentrate our energies, we could probably be more effective.
And one key distinction I'll just make is Jen used the word committee, and the term committee in the CEC context has a formal meaning, which is you set up an official committee, it becomes a public body, its meetings have to be held according to the open meetings law. And that's sort of a more formalized structure. And so if there is a particular topic, you know, a number of members work on things individually, but if there's a particular topic where it makes sense for the group of us to convene a regular meeting, then that would make sense. So, you know, I guess I'll just, you know, Maya, for example, has really started taking the lead on some ELL work, and she's going to describe that tonight at the calendar meeting. But if there's any other sort of specific projects that individuals would like to sort of brainstorm with us, we could sort of just kick ideas around for a little bit and sort of share some thoughts. As you guys know, there's an incredible range of things, and with 11 of us, it's there's never enough time to go around. But
I just keep in mind, it's not set in stone, whatever we discussed today. I mean, obviously things are going to come up and sometimes things will get bumped in terms of timing. If something's urgent, we will definitely refocus as things move on. But, you know, in the meantime, we should have a sort of an idea of what we would like to accomplish as a group.
Or like Jen said, yeah, as individuals, and then bring back to the group. That's
Right.
definitely a good way to go. So.
Did you want to share your screen, Steve, so that we can see what's already on the list?
Yeah, might make sense. And this was just, give me 1 second here. Shared folders. So the list that I'm going to share, it's literally just kind of a, you know, over a period of months, just sort of drop things in here as they come up, and things that get worked on get taken off the list. Safari CEC projects share. So literally, like, it's pretty straightforward. You guys can see just sort of the project on the left-hand side, and then, you know, again, there is nothing formal about this list. It is literally just, you know, notes, jots on a spreadsheet. So some of the things that I've jotted down here, the ELL, and Maya's taking that one head on, as she'll talk about later. Special ed, we know the D75 seat issue was addressed. or potentially addressed. You know, things like program access, curriculum quality. I know those are issues that someone might, but there's always, you know, issues, things that can be worked on, the quality of services, the recovery services, compensatory services, backlog of appeals, cases. There's endless things. I think Senator Liu actually passed or proposed a bill a month or so ago on, I believe it was taking steps to clear the backlog of appeals cases at the courts level, which is just, there's an incredible backlog. Culturally responsive education, how it's defined and implemented in D20. We've been, as you guys know, talking a lot with superintendent about this. That project I kind of consider sort of ongoing. Capacity and planning issues. This one actually is very interesting. This one could, this is sort of follow up from the Office of District Planning. If people remember the Office of District Planning, when they presented to us in January, I believe it was, or December. This is the team that sits down and looks at the whole district and looks at schools and populations and decides where we need more capacity and more buildings. It's very interesting. I looked at the enrollment data, by the way. You know what? I'm actually going to share that with you guys. I have a captive audience here, so I can torture you with my maps. Do I have to stop sharing? Let me stop sharing for a second. Okay, so if you guys remember back in, I don't remember, last fall sometime at a meeting, I shared a map with all the schools in the district on it and color coding for capacity. And I'm sharing an updated version of that with the latest numbers. And by the way, enrollment continued to decline in District 20. So we're down to, I think we're close to something like 106% of capacity, whereas last year we were like 112% of capacity. I'm just off the top of my head trying to remember those. And I changed all the color coding on these schools. So you can see the schools now that are at the green is the best. That's when you're below capacity. Yellow is between 100 and 125%. Orange is between 125% and 150% of capacity. And red is over 150% of capacity. So right now, the only K through 8 school in District 20 that is over 150% is 310, PS 310, School of Future Leaders. And I do have high schools here too. Fort Hamilton is still over, but it's less, it's come down from what it was. Anyway, I show this just to sort of give people a sense if you were to work on a project involving planning, because I do think we need to reach back out to Office of District Planning and do some follow-up with them. I'm just going to get back to the project list. And I will share my screen again. We've talked, Jen, here's your big moment. You brought this up when you were barely even elected to the CEC.
I remember that, yes.
Go for it. Take it on. Bylaw reform.
All right. I guess I
pressure,
could,
no
yeah.
pressure. You don't have to commit. I understand. So bylaw reform is as many of you probably know, we have bylaws. We have every CEC has bylaws. We need to
streamline ours. It's been added on and sort of like altered without actually being made it more consistent and cohesive. So that is something I would like to do at some point. Everything else I sort of kind of got in the way of that, and I kind of forgot about it for a bit, but thank you for reminding me, Steve. I will.
I'm starting
Take a
to
look at
type,
that.
Jen. I'm typing.
Yes,
Typing.
please.
It's on the spreadsheet. You're committed. Website, it would be great if we could, we've been trying to sort of build out the website sort of piecemeal. We've added a bunch of resource tabs. It's always a challenge trying to keep up with all the information that's out there. But if anyone is kind of into sort of website design, website maintenance, and wanted to work on that, that would be awesome. DOE relations, this was kind of like beginning, this is sort of ongoing, just really trying to track requests we make and outcomes. It's ongoing, it's challenging, we're doing it. We get meetings like the meeting with enrollment, but it's an ongoing thing. So if there's anyone who wanted to sort of really try and be a point person for trying to navigate the DOE bureaucracy and try to get better sense of who to talk to in which areas, that would be something you'd have to sort of enjoy wading through the bureaucracy. School communications, liaison outreach. You guys know I've talked a lot about this, and we've done it, and there's people doing it, and I really appreciate those of you who have tried to do it, especially if English is not your first language. I think it's great, and I'm always happy to join you guys on those calls, as you know. School visits, maybe, I don't know if maybe if we're in a better position to now do physical visits as well, is something. So, and then mayoral control I have down here, and that's sort of a lingering thing. We've got 2 resolutions tonight that sort of touch on aspects of that, but not directly the whole issue. Jen, did you have anything else just with these projects having gone by? Anything else you wanted to add?
I just kind of want to say that about mayoral control. I would love for us to kind of focus on that at some point as a group so that we have a cohesive response to this, because I really think this is important because it's going to affect all of our children. It would be nice if we all had an actual position as an entire group on this particular topic.
Yeah. Kevin, did you have your hand up?
Yes, just have a question about the school communication. I thought that each of us were assigned to a school communication. I mean, as a liaison. So what we are trying to do on this one?
Just be active on it. Honestly, it was just there to try and let people know it should be an ongoing thing. So if anyone looks at this,
so just to follow up with everyone.
We could, that's almost like the ongoing, just always try to stay in touch with your school thing. So yeah, the process works. We can do it, and let me know, of course, whenever anyone has time. I know we're all volunteers. Whenever you have time, just reach out, let me know. We'll work to get something set up. And they're incredibly valuable. I can't tell you how valuable it is to actually meet with the schools and the SLTs and hear what's going on firsthand. Is really valuable.
I just wanted to add, Steve, to what Jen's mentioned. Jen, I really like what you said, and I just want to add that in fact, we are the biggest school district in New York. So we can just, start all our resolutions with that, because we have the most schools in our district, and we should be heard, I think. And I really like what you said. I think it's very important to have a position.
Thank you. I totally agree.
It's I've done some thinking about it and a lot of reading about it, and it gets complicated pretty quick, I can tell you, because you have to think about, okay, if not mayoral control, then what? And we don't have to get into a huge discussion about it here, but there's the whole history, the school boards abolished. And you really have to think about, it's about, what the right governance structure is, who should be accountable, and how much control, where do you draw the line between local control and centralized control? And I definitely welcome it. Marie, hand up.
Hi, so I was just wondering, because completely agree with Jen that we should have a cohesive response that we've all discussed. So do you think it would make sense, just because it should be discussed together, to maybe convene a special meeting just to discuss that?
Potentially, absolutely, Marie.
I like that idea.
Yeah. And I'll emphasize, I think a real key to making something like that work is to have done a little bit of work ahead of time. And so it almost might make sense to sort of, have, silo out a few different topics around mayoral control and have people bring, maybe we don't have to be that structured about it, but just definitely come to that meeting with some concrete ideas, because it does get, it gets very, very sort of complicated, detailed, policy oriented very quickly. But yes, I agree, Marie.
Steve?
Yeah.
Along with that, I mean, is everyone aware that Hochul is suggesting that she's going to renew mayoral control for 4 years? Adams had asked for, I think, 3, and she said, well, I'll show you that I'm a good partner. I'll give you 4. And that's where it stands. And if she proposes it, the legislature approves it without any kind of input, I mean, it'll be a foregone conclusion before we do anything. So we might be able to do a quick resolution stating that before the governor or the legislature approves anything, that they confer with CECs.
Well, that's our 2. So we touch on that in our 2 resolutions tonight, which is basically, it outlines what you just said, Vito. The governor's approved it. Chances are it's going to get approved, but there's been reports that the legislature would consider modifying it in minor ways. So I absolutely, it's a great point, because it sort of leads us away from the path I was going down of trying to rethink the whole system. That would be a waste of time. You are correct. But I definitely think, like, the resolutions tonight are sort of tweaks that could very reasonably be done. Only one of them is an ask of the state assembly, which is who renews mayoral control. So I guess in that sense, yeah, like maybe we sort of, I guess it puts a little more onus on us to quickly come up with any additional recommendations. So like Marie, back to your point, if there's anything, maybe another meeting happens, or maybe we anyway, Marie, do you still have your hand up for another question?
Sorry, I need to lower it.
No worries. Anything else? Any other members? Anything that that's come up with, stuff that you've heard, stuff that you are interested in? I will probably, go ahead, Marie.
So I think that the legislative event is something that we should all push on. And I believe that now that meetings can be held in person again, or soon will be, I think that we stand a good chance of holding an event at the school. And as you know, I'm going to ask Agatha to host us. I just want for there to be a little bit more movement on her bathroom renovations, and she has invited me back. So I'm going to visit her in the coming weeks, and I'm going to bring it up. So I think, that's something that I think will be just so beneficial to, it's one of those rare things that is going to be beneficial for all involved.
Yeah, and Marie, I wonder if it's even worth asking her before your visit. If your visit isn't for a few weeks.
No, she said come by anytime. So
Okay.
I just hope to wait until the end of the week to get something from Stephen Kassan and then visit her next week.
Okay. Yo, he emailed me back. Did he
I
copy-
saw that he actually, he CC'd her. So I just wanted to get something concrete from Gordian,
Okay.
So I'll follow up with Agatha tomorrow and schedule a visit for next week.
Okay, great. That's awesome, Marie. Yeah, that would be a great thing to have. For anyone who doesn't remember, this would be either a breakfast meeting or like an afternoon coffee meeting with local elected politicians.
Steve, I wanted to add that, and I just wanted to kind of voice it in front of everyone. It's a very raw, and I'm brainstorming with a couple of parents who are interested in the topic. But as we discussed with Steve, with GNT being kind of put on pause right now, I was thinking that any science Olympiads that are national and local, they're almost free or nearly free, but the preparation is not free. Math Olympiads, there are a number of them, writing Olympiads, all kinds of competitions that are challenging students, challenging them to perform better, to be intellectuals, to be curious, and to perform. It's just based on parents' interest or teachers' enthusiasm or PTO money. Very few schools, in fact, are participating. Usually it's specialized high schools, it's private schools that have more funds, and very few flagship like Hunter School, right? The one and only. So I wanted to have it out there and start brainstorming of how to structure it so DOE and city administration is encouraging schools to identify those students, to participate, to find the funds and maybe fund it centrally to find and encourage intellectual advanced students, even outside of GNT programs, to perform and to compete and to go to the next level and provide support for them.
Yeah, I think it's great, Maya. So
Oh, sorry, along the same vein, can you also add to the list, like trying to get parental input into the specialized and GNT programs? Sorry, Maya, didn't mean to jump in there.
And one more thing to what you, Jen, said. So Steve, you do publish numbers a lot, and I just don't want to slide, through the cracks, because there was very telling statistics about SHSAT results by the school in the district. And it was very clear that there are some schools where students are trying to get to SHSAT schools, but failing en masse. So we could deep dive and understand, maybe they need to find, maybe we need to find resources and provide them with SHSAT training and give them more support. Along with what you, Jen, said, because the statistics that you found and published, it was very good. So I wanted to kind of use it for analysis.
Yeah, those came from superintendent. Sent those
there were
to me.
schools, there were schools where kids, everyone basically, or like 70% who tried to go into SHSAT schools, they go to SHSAT schools. And then there was another school where you can see a lot of kids took the test and very few passed.
Right.
So, these things we can pay attention to.
Yeah, I know some schools have prep programs like SAT prep programs like McKinley does, for example. And I wonder if other schools don't, and if there's a difference, if it shows up in the results.
I have a question for Maya. It's Marie. Maya, those Olympiads, do they begin in primary school? Do they begin in middle school?
Middle school, mostly middle school. They begin in middle school and then kind of flourish in high school. But a lot of kids who start in middle school, they go to high school already stars, and they do really well. So it's very good to introduce in middle school, where kids are curious and easy, and everything is fun for them. So when they go to high school, they're not embarrassed, because they're gonna go and see very strong players, very strong kids. So small steps usually yield better results from what I've seen. So yeah.
No, thank you. I just wasn't aware at what age it begins, because my private school son participates in these, and I also have no idea whether that's, who he is actually competing against.
Yeah.
He is in primary school, so I just didn't know whether that was like an intra-school thing, or whether there were, participants all over the city. So this is definitely something that I believe a lot of parents don't know about. I, for instance, have no idea about this. So I'm sure that parents would like to be made aware that this is even a possibility, because I was on the SLT of PS 102. And, as you said, it's, really doesn't apply because it begins in middle school, but we had a budget that we were allotted, and we could just basically vote where to put that budget. And, I'm sure that, SLTs of middle schools also have budgets. And if parents are aware that they could, have kids participate and, they have funds, they can probably allot those to the prep programs.
Yes. Thank you.
Supposedly, this is the year when there's more money than people know what to spend things on at schools, so. Any other comments? We don't need to put names down for all these projects here tonight. More things might come up. I think Jen, I'm really glad she raised the issue with me, just to sort of get us, it's always good to sort of check on what you're doing and could you be doing more, and what the, if anyone wants to be engaged on things, are they? So everyone sort of think about this. I'll probably do some outreach to all of you at different points in time, just to check in and see if there's any questions, or we can move some things along. But I love the things we've discussed here tonight.
And as always, Steve, thank you for keeping us energized and moving.
So what else? I'm just looking at and then just sort of final comment, like Jen mentioned, if there's any of these projects that are best elevated to a formal committee level, once they sort of achieve a critical mass, we will do that, because that's really beneficial. It sort of keeps the community engaged in what you're doing, what we're doing, and it's a good chance to hear community feedback on projects. So that's it for the business meeting. Unless anyone else has anything right now, we could take a 15-minute break before the calendar meeting. Is there anything else any council members want to discuss?
I just want to test the one thing, the timer. So I'm going to push out a spotlight right now.
Great.
Let me know if you see the timer on the screen.
Yeah.
Steve, I just have a little request. If I could do my little spiel in the beginning, because I will have to, hard stop around 8. So
you have a stop at 8, Maya?
Yes,
Hold
I have
on.
to stop at 8. But if you could put me with my little stuff in front of the big discussion
Let me-
about the. it
Let
could
me
be-
pause. Probably, yes. Let me just think. Give me 1 second on that, okay?
Sure, thank you.
Let me see Kevin's. Kevin, test it out. Go for it. So we see. Does everyone see blue sky timer?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Because Kevin's just trying out a timer for that we can use at meetings for the
Give me
speaking.
1 second. I'm going to start a timer now. Okay. Do you see timer now?
Yep.
And I'm going to see if I could do a spotlight for everyone. That should pin down everybody's.
Yes, now I see it.
So then the
Okay.
question is, can we do that but we still have to be able to see speakers' faces.
So they somehow put that in the gallery.
That's what-
That means you can put it. I mean, can you put it on as a co-host? Then you show that on the side of everybody's screen.
Yes.
And
But
also,
Natalie-
when it's like time is almost over, I can send it as a spotlight. You spotlight once or something like that.
Perfect. Do you guys, Vito and Kevin, do you guys know how to set that up?
Natalia can make it a co-host, see if that works.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now, but if you find that you can do it, because for me, the participant list, like all the names keep jumping around. So if
Yeah.
you see it, you can do it.
So I tried to make other people co-host and I couldn't do it. I think only the host can make a co-host.
Yeah, we don't have permission to make it co-host.
That's weird because you're supposed to be able to.
Probably a
Ay,
setting that's
DOE.
weird.
The DOE is always changing the settings for the Zoom, and it drives me crazy because they don't tell me when it happens. Okay, making it co-host now. Okay.
So now, if I'm speaking right now, you can still see the timer up top on
Yeah.
the screen. Does everybody see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I
I'm
see it on the
speaking,
side, on the right-hand side.
yeah, up 7 years ago, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And so now, do you have a buzzer at 10 seconds or something, or you could just let it go and just,
It will let it go. What I can do is I can send the spotlight and it become red color over here. And everybody will
Okay.
see on the screen.
confirming, is it 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
2.
2 minutes? Okay. I'll change that.
Now, why, I just have a question. Why did the timer suddenly jump to the main screen? And is that gonna, I don't want that to happen when people are
That
speaking.
might have been the spotlight.
Yeah, that's the spotlight. I
I
just
just
removed
pinned
it.
it, so it should always be on top now.
Oh, the timer will be?
Yeah.
And when it's like 10 seconds, I'm gonna do that spotlight so everybody will see that, and I can remove it after that.
2 comments. It's Marie. On an iPhone, you cannot see the timer. And also, wasn't it 3 minutes for principals and 2 minutes for general public?
Yeah, 3 minutes for principals, yep. But general speaking, 2 minutes.
But we'll be able to see the timer. And if they're on an iPhone, we could say 10 seconds, 5 seconds, and then time up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kevin, you're going to do that?
Okay, I'll jump in to say 10 seconds.
you're the bad guy, Kevin. You got it, you got this.
By the time I finish saying 10 seconds, it's over already. Okay. Yep, thanks.
Okay.
Anything else, or do people want to step away for a few minutes?
Yep.
Okay, we will be back at 7 o'clock for the calendar meeting. So motion to adjourn the business meeting.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. See everyone at 7 o'clock.
See ya.
See you.
And then we will take comments from participants on the language lines. And finally, if you've dialed in using your phone, you can press *9 and Natalia will unmute your line during public speaking. We will not have public chat tonight. We will have extended time for public speaking, and we ask that everyone adhere to the CEC's code of conduct. We will be timing speakers. Members of the public will have 2 minutes to speak. And members of the school community, principals, our presenting principal will have a period of time to present, and principals will have 3 minutes to speak. Okay. That's all for administrative items. The agenda for tonight, Natalia, do you have the agenda? You can share your screen. Okay, so we will, first order is old business, approval of the January calendar meeting minutes. We have the first item of business on here is a renaming of IS 201. Then it's listed as presentation on the MS 936 admissions policy. Then it's listed as report of superintendent. Then report of council president, ELL update, public speaking, and then resolutions, 4 resolutions that are up for a vote tonight. Steve Weiser, may I ask you a question?
Hey, Steve, what's up?
to change the order here. We want to move a few of these around. Can we do that? Do we need a vote to do that, or can I just rearrange
Yeah,
the
it's best
order?
practice. Like just propose the order and then vote on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of our ELL representative, Maya Rosenblatt, has requested to make her comments early. She unfortunately has to leave at 5. So I'm going to propose, or I'm sorry, she has to leave by 8. So I'm going to propose that we move Maya's ELL update right now. We do Maya's ELL update right now. Is everyone, I just make a motion to move that part of the agenda. Does that, is there a
Second motion, second the motion.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Maya, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve, and I apologize for the inconvenience.
That's okay.
So I just want to quickly introduce myself. Maya Rosenblatt. I'm a new ELL representative elected this fall. And thank you for your trust and thank you for electing me, those who voted. So just wanted to quickly update you on the work that we've been doing in ELL, which is English Language Learners Program. Just by looking at the translators, we have 3 translators here for this meeting. We have Arabic, we have Chinese, and we have Spanish. And I'm sure this is not representing all the languages that parents speak. I will speak slower so the translators have time to interpret. The goal as ELL representative is to provide knowledge so parents make informed decisions and ask right questions. I know that the process is very complicated and confusing. It also seems to be that many parents misunderstand the process, especially parents who do not speak English fluently, think that when child is joining English language learners program, it's something to be scared of, to be embarrassed of, and stigmatize it. This is not true. This is the service that is by law provided to all students who require English language support. So I just wanted also to update you on things that we have done. We have been reaching out to various ELL officials in district Department of Education administration. We had a meeting with
Like, what if it takes place in
last week we had a call with DOE Division of Multilingual Learners. We met with Lisa Pineda, and we were excited to learn that they are working on new online information resource portal for parents of kids who are English language learners. This portal will go live in April as if everything goes as planned. We would like, and we plan to invite Lisa or someone from her department to take our parents and anyone who is interested through this new resource. We also discussed other ways that ELL program needs, what support they're looking for from CC. So this week we're going to have Citywide Council of English Language Learners, and we're going to connect with other school districts where English language learner parents leaders are meeting and exchanging ideas and information. If you have any questions about building bilingual language programs in District 20, always start with your school. Your school is supposed to provide services for your child if he needs support with English language. Each school should have a person who is designated bilingual education coordinator. If the school cannot give you the information, please email me. I will put my email in the chat right now. my email, apologies, going back to Zoom. I am putting my email in the chat right now. It's CEC20 MAYAR@gmail.com. And if you have questions, please email me. And I think it's safe to say, if you want to email me in your mother language, in your native language, it's okay. We will find the translator and we will translate the email and we will respond to you. Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you so much, Maya. And I'll just say how glad I am and grateful that you're doing this work and approaching it with so much enthusiasm. So thank you. Really appreciate it. Okay, so now our next item on the agenda, we're going to have our superintendent, Dr. Preto, is here with us. He is going to, I'm going to introduce him, and he's going to introduce the school, the principal Chula, and give his
Don't
report.
forget, we
and then-
also have to do the minutes.
Right, old business. Yep.
Mhm.
So let's do the old business right now. Review the minutes. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Can you share those, Natalia? Okay, so everyone, please review the minutes from the January meeting, and if there's any changes, speak now. Okay. Are there any changes to the calendar meeting minutes from January? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Okay. Back to the agenda. Superintendent Preto, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening.
Okay, the floor is yours for the next segment of the meeting.
Great. Thanks so much. Good evening. My name is Dr. David Preto. I'm the superintendent of District 20, and I'll share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. So good evening. I'm just going to give an update on the district, including the items that President Stone mentioned regarding IS-21 and MS-936. Just thanking my team, Dr. O'Brien, Sean McLean, Bill Chin, Sylvia, and Michelle Way for supporting me and the district. I just want to notice some celebrations for all who celebrated the Lunar New Year. Happy New Year. Just want to note that we are in the midst of Black History Month. And this month is Respect for All Week, which will begin next Monday and carry through next Friday. And then just a reminder of the midwinter recess, which will occur on the 21st through the 25th, including Lincoln and Washington's birthday and President's Day. I also just want to acknowledge the passing of Holocaust Remembrance Day on January 27th. And I want to thank Myra Rosenblatt for acknowledging that and moving forward, ensuring that we are being thoughtful and mindful of recognizing the celebrations of all of our communities in District 20. I just want to give a health and safety update. As of Monday, in the DOE, we had a total of 550 cases. Just want to remind everyone, during the Omicron wave at the same time last month, we were in excess of 11,000 cases. And as of Monday, 6 p.m., there were zero closure or quarantine actions taken as a result of COVID-19. So we're seeing in the data that the wave passing has resulted in lowering instances in the schools. However, I did note that Governor Hochul did make an announcement regarding mask mandates across the state. I just want to remind everybody here that that does not apply to New York City Department of Education schools. The mask mandate continues to be in effect in our schools, and any change in that policy will be made by New York City, either the Mayor's Office, Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, or the Department of Education. So just a reminder that the mask mandate in our public schools continues to remain in effect. However, we have notified families starting January 31st, and just reminding folks here that there's a shortened isolation and quarantine period. The isolation period for students in kindergarten through 12th grade with a positive COVID-19 test result has been shortened to 5 days from 10 days. This means that if your child tests positive for COVID-19 and is in kindergarten or higher, your child can return to school on day 6. Children can return from isolation on day 6 if they have no symptoms or their symptoms are improving and they have been fever-free for 24 hours without the use of fever-reducing medication. And children returning from isolation on day 6 must wear a well-fitting mask such as a KN95, KF94, or a cloth mask over a disposable surgical mask on days 6 through 10. Children in pre-K and under who test positive for COVID-19 still must isolate for 10 days. The quarantine period for students exposed to COVID-19, these are students who are not positive but have been exposed. Students in this case, in K-12, will continue to use home test kits to stay in school after an in-school exposure. If your child is not fully vaccinated and was exposed to COVID-19 outside of a school setting, your child must quarantine for at least 5 days. This is reduced from 10 days. If your child is fully vaccinated and was exposed outside of school, your child can continue to attend school so long as they do not have any symptoms. All students are required to wear masks while on school grounds, and students who were exposed must wear a well-fitting mask such as a KN95, KF94, or a cloth mask over a disposable surgical mask on days 6 through 10. Children who are at least 2 years old in life, 3K and pre-K, only need to quarantine for 5 days if they are symptom-free, have a negative test, and are able to wear a well-fitting mask through day 10. This has been shortened from 10 days. And these children must have a negative COVID-19 test from a healthcare provider on day 5 or 2 negative home test results from day 4 and day 5. Just shifting to the New York City School Survey, last year's school survey results were just recently released, and this survey is given every year. They are now available, and you can view every school's results in the School Quality Guide on the New York City DOE website. I have organized some district-wide results of student and parent responses along the lines of the components aligned to the Framework for Great Schools. So these are the results. So what you're looking at here are the percentage of positive responses given by students to questions in the following categories where questions are asked. I just want to note that student responses only include students who are in 6th grade and higher. Currently, elementary students and pre-K students do not participate in the New York City School Survey. And so the numbers on the right are there is that percentages ranking in comparison to all Department of Education elementary schools and middle schools. So under the category of cultural awareness and inclusive classroom instruction, 92% of District 20 students responded favorably, and that's 1%, and that's 1% higher than the New York City DOE average. And these are ranked in order of from highest to lowest. So our highest category was cultural awareness and inclusive classroom instruction, followed by safety, and followed by student-teacher trust. The lowest 3 were academic press, which is 7% lower than the New York City DOE average, personal attention and support, 3% lower, and course clarity, which is exactly in line with the New York City DOE average. Parent responses on the same survey from last year, same idea. So the percentages is the overall percentage of positive responses provided by parents along the lines of the components of the Framework for Great Schools, inclusive leadership, strong relationships, parent-principal trust, and so on. These are ranked in order from highest to lowest. So the highest was along for inclusive leadership. That's referring to principals responding to questions about their principals, followed by strong relationships and parent-principal trust. And the lowest 3 categories were parent involvement in school, building families' capacity as their child's primary advocate, and outreach to parents. I also want to just note that the 21-22 school survey, so this year's survey is coming soon. It is expected to start on February 14th, which is next Monday, and is scheduled to extend through March 25th. So please stay tuned for communication from your schools soon regarding the school survey. I encourage every parent and all parents to complete the survey. Next, I'd like to present District 20 school renaming proposal. So it has been proposed to the school leadership team at 20K201 or IS201, the Diker Heights. The proposed name change has been to change the name of the school to the Madeline Brennan School. And part of the requirement for officially changing the name of the school involves a presentation of the name change to the Community Education Council and a vote by the council on the record. So I've asked Principal Robert Chula from IS201 to come to the meeting to be able to briefly speak on the name change to the council. And so if Principal Chula, if you're here, if we could have him be able to be unmiked and be able to speak on the name change proposal from the Diker Heights to the Madeline Brennan School.
I don't see Superintendent. I don't see.
I saw him on earlier.
Okay. Under Robert Chula?
I think he was on a DOE computer, so I think I see him, there he is.
You should be able to unmute him, right?
Yeah, ask him to unmute.
Good evening. Could you hear me?
There you are.
Perfect.
Good evening, Principal Chula.
Good evening, Superintendent Pareto. Good evening, CEC President Stowe, CEC members, and of course, District 20 family, friends, and colleagues that are on this evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak this evening on behalf of the renaming of IS201, and I hope that we move forward with this. For most of you that don't know me, I am the principal of Diker Heights Intermediate School IS201. I am a product of District 20. I actually had the privilege and opportunity to go to IS201 when Miss Brennan was the principal. And again, she was an icon in our district. Miss Brennan was principal of Diker Heights Intermediate School itself for 50 years, 50. She's the longest running principal in the United States of America in one school. And also you'll see there's many articles on her if you Google that. She started her career in 1946 in Queens up to 1963. In 1963, she was one of the few women that took on leadership roles in middle school. Back then, it was very rare that you would see a female take over a middle school. So that is definitely a big achievement on her part that she would take on such a feat, and she did it well. For those of you that are in the community, know all the beautiful and great things that she has done. One of the things that I didn't realize that she did, and I had to do my research, was in the late 60s, early 70s, there was controversy in building the 13th Avenue Library on 82nd Street. And she played a big role to make sure that they built that library on 82nd and 13th Avenue for our community. So she played a role in that, which was very important. She was very active in the school community and also in the community itself. Again, she was one of the grand marshals of the Christopher Columbus Day Parade. She was one of the Middle School Principal Association presidents. She was president of the New York Academy of Public Education. She was also chairman of the board of Friends of Music, which is a citywide music program that performs in Carnegie Hall every June. I was also part of that with her. And also one of the biggest accomplishments she's had also was that she had over 40 of her staff members become New York City principals or in New York City, and also a superintendent. One of the superintendents that she made was the late Vinnie Grippo. If some of us from the community know, Vinnie Grippo was an assistant principal at Diker Heights Intermediate School before moving forward and on as the principal and then superintendent of our community. So she had a lot of great accomplishments, And one of the things that I took away with me is when, as one of her administrators, she always put students first. That was the main thing. Whenever she made a decision, she always asked us, will this benefit the children? And that's how she based all her decisions. If the decision she made was the right one for the students, then she went forward with it. But that was always her main concern, was the students and how did it impact the students and the school community. So that's something that I took away with me. And again, with my own leadership, when I make a decision, I think about that. And again, community-wise, she's done so much for our community and for our school. And again, she has also built one of the best arts programs in the city with our band. For those of you that know our band has performed for the Columbus Day Parade on 18th Avenue, the Ragamuffin Parade on 3rd Avenue, for our local politicians, and the same goes for our chorus and our drama program, our art program, and all our fairs. She's also was a leader in having fairs, from Shakespeare Festival to a foreign language fair to an English language learner fair. So she was big with the fairs also. So again, she was very diverse with our students, making sure that that came out and supported our student body with our cultural diversity. So these are just some of the things that she has done and accomplished, and there's many, many more. And I know once you do the research and you Google her, you're going to see many more accomplishments. But again, she was an icon in our district, a true leader, a true professional, and I strongly believe that she deserves this honor of having IS 201 become the Madeline Brennan School. I want to thank you for this time and opportunity to speak on behalf of Madeline Brennan. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Principal Chula. I don't know if there's any questions, or if, and also on the vote part, and I'm not sure if the vote is supposed to happen right now or.
Yeah, well, let's do it now. And I don't know if any council members, any questions on the renaming proposal? If not, we can move right to a vote to approve it. Okay. So I'm propose a motion to hold a vote on the renaming of the IS 201, the Diker Heights, to the Madeline Brennan School. Is there a second to hold a vote on that renaming?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Natalia,
All right.
would you take a
Steve-
vote?
Steve Stowe.
Yes, approve.
Okay, Jennifer Hu.
Approve.
Okay, Elizabeth Chan is absent. Vito Labella.
Happily approve.
Okay, Marie Brugueras.
Approve.
Okay, Gara Amen.
Yeah, from Italy.
Yes.
Yona Isufi.
I approve.
Okay, Li Ping Zhang.
Approve.
Okay, Maya Rosenblatt.
I approve.
Okay, Joyce C.
I approve.
Okay, Kevin Zhao.
Yes, approve.
Okay, great. 10 yeses. Mhm.
Thanks so much.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate the council's input on this. The final step of this process now goes to Central DOE and the Chancellor for final approval. So we're really appreciative of the partnership. And again, thank you to Principal Chula for all of his hard work in getting this done. So thank you all so much. And Principal Chula, thanks again for being here to speak on behalf of the school renaming and Mrs. Brennan. The next item I just want to speak to are some admissions updates, and we have a recent one that was just announced today. So I just want to remind folks that middle school and high school applications are currently open, and the deadline to submit applications in the My Schools or other avenues is March 1st. Just newly announced, and this is on the DOE website, I was made aware that pre-K and 3K applications are now open. So I'll give some information about that process, which has just opened. So the deadline to apply for pre-K is March 18th, 2022, and the deadline to apply for 3K is April 14th, 2022. The eligibility is for students who are born in 2018 are eligible for pre-K, and students born in 2019 are eligible for 3K. Pre-K offers will be sent to families in May, and 3K offers will be sent in June. Families can apply in one of three ways: online on the My Schools account. This option is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in English, Arabic, Bengali, Chinese, French, Haitian Creole, Korean, Russian, Spanish, and Urdu. By phone, and also in person at a Family Welcome Center. And there's more information at nyc.gov/pre-K and nyc.gov/3K. The high school application process is still open, and applications can be submitted in the following three ways: online through My Schools, through the school counselor, and through a Family Welcome Center. And I also just want to note with pre-K and 3K that parents are free to contact our pre-K centers and contact the staff there, and they will be happy to assist families in the application process. So if you are interested in applying for 3K or pre-K, feel free to contact any one of our District 20 pre-K centers, and the staff and the principals will be happy to assist. Coming back to high school application process, the three options for applying online. I'm sorry, the steps for applying online are listed here. Using My Schools to explore the options, checking the admission selection criteria, and if programs are using admissions method, they require virtual auditions. This can be found on the audition page on the DOE website. And some screen programs do require students to complete an assessment, and the DOE website contains a list of programs that have the schools that require an assessment to be completed. You can apply for language support in English, Spanish, Chinese, Bangla, Russian, Arabic, Urdu, Haitian Creole, Korean, or French in My Schools. If you would like to apply using another language, you can call 718-935-2009 or contact the Family Welcome Center and ask for an interpreter. All this information and more is available on the DOE website at the high school applications. An update in response to feedback from community leaders, borough and zone-based admission priorities for high schools will remain in place this year. This means that some high school programs will continue to prioritize zoned applicants and or applicants who live or currently attend middle school in a specific borough. District-based admissions priorities were eliminated last year and will continue to not be used in high school admissions. You can find out more about high school programs that screen applicants on the screened admissions page and assessments for screened schools. This is found on the DOE website. Some screened programs may have additional requirements such as an essay or interview. And newly announced is a multiples priority. If you have more than one child the same age applying to high school, such as twins, you may choose to submit identical applications for both children so they receive an offer to the same program. If you have more than one high school applicant connected to your My Schools account and want them to attend the same program, you only need to add choices to one application. And before submitting that application, you will be asked in My Schools if you'd like to add the same application choices to the other child's or children's applications. Please note that if you include a screened or audition program on your children's identical applications and only one child is accepted to that program, then the children may receive separate offers. I'm moving on to the middle school application process. Again, how to apply through My Schools. And you can explore your options. There's customized search, includes all the programs your child can apply to. In each school's My Schools page links to its own website, and many schools offer resources like open house calendars or virtual tours. You can also contact schools directly to ask questions. The deadline for middle school applications is March 1st. You can submit online through My Schools, which is the recommended option from the DOE. There is a video tutorial on the DOE website to support how to apply through My Schools. You can also apply through your current school counselor. This is for current public school families, or you can apply through a family welcome center, and this is for private and parochial school families. Admissions process updates. The DOE will continue to pause screening. This is using students' academic records in admissions for students entering middle school in fall 2022. If the middle school program have more applicants than seats, offers will continue to be made using admissions priorities and random selection. There's more information about how the admission process works on the DOE website. And newly announced are auditions. So this year, arts-based middle school programs will resume holding auditions and make offers based on these auditions. You can learn more, including the required components for specific programs, on the middle school auditions page. And I'm announcing today that the middle school 936, Arts Off 3rd, has been designated as an audition school this year. The eligibility to apply and audition for this school is open to students and residents of District 20. There are audition details and guidance found at the DOE website, obviously, but then also at the school's website, ms936artsoff3rd.org. And I've asked Principal Don Anastasi from MS936 Arts Off 3rd to come to the meeting just to speak briefly about the audition process and provide some general information to families about how this will happen at the school. So if Principal Anastasi, if you could come off mute, I'd appreciate it. Let me see if I can find you here. There you are.
Good?
Yep.
Okay, great. Right. Good evening, Dr. Preto, District 20 CEC Committee, colleagues, community members, and I have to say a big shout out to my MS founding teachers, MS 936 founding teachers, founding students, our SLT, our PTA, and our and our founding families. I know that they're all anxious to hear this and very excited about the new audition details and the guidance that we were going to give out this evening. I'd like to take this time to thank Dr. Preto and the District 20 CEC members who passed the resolution that MS 936 Arts Off 3rd be an audition school, allowing us to uphold the vision of the school for our students and for our community. You have never forgotten about the needs of our students and our families throughout our district. And for this, my staff and I are truly, truly grateful. That being said, when I've been asked to speak and to speak to all parties, I also asked my teachers if they wouldn't mind giving up their time and coming on to helping with any parents and to see the audition process. So I think I'd like to start off with Mrs. Rubin, who is our theater teacher, and she could start with giving the process for getting into our school through the audition of theater.
Good evening. I'm so happy to be here with you this evening. I have been looking forward to welcoming this audition process at Arts Off 3rd since the first day I was hired in 2020. So when we started to establish our audition requirements, our goal was to be very inclusive. For the theater requirement, they're to create an audition video with 3 simple things. They will slate, which is an introduction of themselves and their audition piece. They will state their OSIS number, and then they have an option of either a song or a monologue, depending on their comfort level. We also have included a list of monologues to choose from in case this is something new for them. We wanted to acknowledge that and have that available. And even before our auditions, our Third Avenue Players Theater Group is a district-wide theater program, and we have welcomed many people in starting from 5th grade into that program, and it really helped give them some insight into our program and helped us get to know them as well. So just quickly, I want to say, for a theater teacher, there is no better home than a school that was developed specifically with the arts in mind. And this is where my heart lives, and this is my home. And as we look to bring in our next group of 6th grade artists into our family, because that's what it is, we are looking for students who can help us continue to build our dream and our vision. And we are so excited to welcome students from every corner, every culture, every nook and cranny of District 20. And in the end, it's not where the student lives or how much experience they have that matters. It's truly, truly what's in their hearts. Do they have a passion for theater? Do they have a passion for acting, for singing? And they might be a diamond in the rough, but if they have that burning desire to take the path into the world of theater, this is what will shine through. So I'm telling you, if you have a student who is willing to share their emotions, to put it all out there and to let their voice be heard, we are listening. And we really hope to welcome them home to Arts Off 3rd. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie. I really appreciate that. Is Mr. DeSantis, our visual arts teacher, here? I saw you before, Dino.
I have to find him and ask him to unmute
He's
me.
definitely there, Vino.
What's his first name?
DeSantis. He might be under Matthew DeSantis.
Try under Dino. I remember him
I found
mentioning
him.
it in the chat.
Hello?
There he is.
Hi, good evening. Well, Katie summed it up, and what an act to follow. I mean, I am so excited. I was excited when Ms. Nastasi passed on the wonderful news that we are an auditioning school. And for the fine arts program, we are also looking for diamonds in the rough. And that criteria for auditioning for our school is on our website. And working in the district teaching art for 22 years now, I'm just so excited that District 20 has a place now to welcome everybody to audition that are interested in the arts. And our doors are always open. Please spread the word. We have word on social media. We have word all over the place. You know, our doors are open. Welcome to everyone.
Beautiful. Thank you, Dino. Okay, where is our dancing teacher? Miss Josette Slavinsky, where are you?
Hi, good evening. I'm here. I'm so excited to be here. And I will say, I'm a public school kid. I'm a graduate of Mark Twain. So I feel this so deep. And I have to share the story about a student who was in my class 100 years ago at Mark Twain, who didn't have a lot of training when she came in, but she auditioned, and the Miss Hirschfield, who was the director of the program at the time, saw the natural raw talent and drive. And this student, I will never forget her. She came in, she may not have had the training, and a lot of us had training, a lot of people didn't, but she managed to focus and she worked hard. She got into LaGuardia and then became a dancer for Alvin Ailey for 19 years. And you're not going to get that unless you have these schools that are designed for kids, not just who are fortunate enough to have the training. And I was one of those kids who was fortunate enough, but it's also important to get the kids who may not have the opportunity for whatever reason and give them that opportunity so they can follow their dreams and be successful. And without programs like Mark Twain and Arts Off Third, having some sort of screening involved, again, not necessarily just all for kids who have that training, but who have that natural talent, ability, and drive and interest to be there. So I'm very excited for this opportunity. Like Katie said, our videos, our auditions are through video. Students should state their name, OSIS number, what piece they're going to be performing, any training they've had, and or why they want to come to our school, why they want to be a part of our family, as it was stated. And then, should just do a 1 to 2 minute routine, any style showing off, putting their best foot forward, creativity, anything. They can even do a TikTok dance if that's their exposure to dance. I am happy to take them and mold them and bring out the best in every child. Thank you.
Thank you, Josette. Thank you very much. And last but not least, David Fisher.
Hello. Hi, my name is David Fisher, and I'm very excited to be teaching music at Arts Off Third, MS 936. Thank you, Principal Nastasi. You've just heard from 3 of my colleagues. What a privilege it is to work at a school that has 4 full-time arts teachers. That's really one of the biggest things, is that our staff is so important in terms of their training, in terms of their expertise, and in terms of how we work together. I'm inspired by things I see in art, things I see in dance and in theater, and those kind of collaborations are really exciting, I think, for kids as well. In terms of music, we've been gifted with a beautiful building and facilities. Principal Nastasi has made a tremendous investment in music, and that's a dream for a teacher, because it gives me all the tools I need for students, right? I'm not going to be held back because we don't have the resources. But that's really only the tip of the iceberg. What we're ready to do now is welcome kids from, like our teacher said, from all over the district, and help them do some of the work. I'm also happen to be on the ILT of our school, and we've been attending meetings with Dr. Preto, and he's been talking about encouraging children to discover their own identities. And I think music is an amazing way to do that, bringing out music that's inside of children, helping them to discover their culture, and celebrating that music, and reaching out to the community. In terms of audition, what we're looking for, again, are students with an interest. They can play any instrument. If they haven't had exposure to an instrument, they could sing a song. It could be a song that that they like themselves. It could be something that they've sung in church. It could be a song, something that shows their commitment and their own expression, their own artistic drive. So again, I'm so excited to be teaching music, and the audition process, again, you just make a video. If you can play a scale, that's great. But again, you could choose any kind of song that either you could play on an instrument or you could sing. And just really excited to see all the talented students in our district. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Dr. Preto, I guess that about sums it up for us. That's
great. Thanks so much. Steve, Council, I know there may have been 1 or 2 questions for the principal or for myself, so I think this would be a great time for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Council members, would anyone like to ask a quick question to Superintendent or to Principal Nastasi and her team?
You?
Yeah, go ahead, Vito.
First, I want to thank everybody. I'm super excited about this. I do have some questions and maybe some ideas about a kid who's never done an audition piece. And guys, I know you mentioned that, but is there a way, and Superintendent, maybe you working in conjunction with your 5th grade principals, if a kid wants to audition, if there's some kind of a scaffolding you can have in place so that a teacher either at their present school at the 5th grade level, or perhaps someone from Donna's school can help them put an audition together. Just do a Zoom call or do something in case a child doesn't have the bandwidth to put a video together.
So for my part, I can absolutely support and communicate to principals to let us know at the district level how we can support in making that happen, as well as be able to reach out to Principal Nastasi around how that could be done, both by obviously making available the resources, including rubrics and other audition information that Principal Nastasi has posted on the 936 website, which is also translatable, but also being able to I know that Principal Nastasi and her team have been communicating with school principals, guidance counselors, parent coordinators, and other related folks. I'll also remind to be able to reach out to art teachers and help make those connections possible as well at all of our elementary schools to be able to support any student who needs support. We're going to assume that children will need support in the development of any audition. But I do appreciate Principal Nastasi looking to make the process, since it is a quick change, this is a late announcement, so I do want to acknowledge that, and making sure that we're providing all opportunities for students and families to be able to develop it. And the final piece before I'll pass over to Donna with any related programs that she may have, as well as the support that the school can provide, we'll be listening closely to parents in the community around how this process is unfolding. It's the first time that this school has taken on the audition process this year. So we're going to be really listening closely to see if there are families who are having any struggles, challenges, to see if there's any need for requests for extensions of deadlines for auditions. These are things that have happened in the past, and I'll be the first one to communicate to the admissions team at Central DOE if there are any needs for or requests for extension based on the experience that families are having around this process. Donna, if you want to add anything to that, please.
Basically, David said a lot of it, but I just want you to know every day I get a call from a parent asking, how do we go about with the audition? And I hand them over to the appropriate art teacher or to my parent coordinator. So we are at everyone's beck and call. If you don't understand the process, I think I'm meeting with a school tomorrow or Friday to help the children. We're going to talk to the students and their parents to tell them step by step what they have to do, where they have to go, step by step. Listen, we want children who love the arts, and we have a place for them. And if the children and the families are passionate about it, then we're passionate about them. And all we want to do is help the families. So if you don't understand the steps, we will help you along the way. I always say to my staff, piano, piano, step at a time, and they will all agree to that.
And I also want to note a program that Principal Nastasi has at her school that has existed since the beginning of the school, that has been held historically for 5th graders. And I understand that she is examining how, after this process occurs, to start looking at how this can be communicated widely to 4th graders. The 3rd Avenue Players, I think it's called, which is a program for 5th grade students to participate in the middle school's production of the school performance or of a school performance, to provide fifth graders and upper elementary students who are interested in the arts to kind of get a taste of what Arts Off Third is like, to support children in having additional exposure and experience to the school prior to considering submitting an audition in the future.
Yes, I mean, that's what Katie spoke about earlier, that that was our main thing when we first started out, to get talented students. And we thought, you know what, why not reach out to all of our community? So it's on either Instagram, Twitter, and in our own personal website. And in September, all schools should get that information as per the past 2 years. Thank you, David.
I see one more question, possibly. Councilmember Kevin, did you have a question?
Yeah, a quick one is that I heard Principal Donna said that she's going to meet the school to talk about how to do the auditions for parents. Do we have any detailed information? Is that going to be like a Zoom meeting or something?
Yeah, it would be a Zoom meeting. I don't know the school that you would like me to go to. I've reached out to every parent coordinator in the district. My parent coordinator has reached out to everybody. I've met with many schools already. I don't know the school that you're speaking of, Kevin, but if you want to call my school, we will reach out to that parent coordinator again. And any school, any school.
And we'll be supportive at the district level as well. If there's any schools or students who are having concerns or questions around the audition process, again, it's new this year, and we're very understanding of that. We want to make sure that in this first first cycle of auditions, that we're as successful as possible, and we'll be definitely listening into how that process occurs so that we can think about how the process will be implemented going forward in the future. So we really want to be as supportive as possible to ensure that children are able to submit their auditions as well as apply to the school, and definitely listening closely to see if extensions or other pieces need to be requested, because I will definitely be there to support as well as make connections to the schools to support the development of auditions.
Superintendent, mind if I ask a question? Hopefully
No,
quick.
no.
Can you just explain the process whereby, as it stands right now, if they don't receive, I think, what's the entering class, 150 or so? Is that correct, Principal?
Yes.
So if they don't receive 150 auditions, what's the process right now for the allocation of the remaining seats?
It shifts to a district-wide choice program. Essentially, the schools will have open seats. So if a child, what would happen first is if a child applies to 936 on the My Schools but does not submit an audition, that child would immediately be considered through the typical audition process. So if there's an open seat and they line up with the priority, and then they would be offered a seat in the school. If there are more applicants than seats, then it would shift to the randomized selection. I doubt that would happen in this instance, but long story short, if there are open seats after the auditions are received, then they would go through the typical offer process.
And it's if you rank it high enough, and you get a good.
If you rank it and you hadn't been offered a school on a higher rank, and there are open seats, and that's the next one on your application. If you didn't put it number one, obviously, then then you would be offered a seat.
And it's purely based on rank. This year there won't be any sort of formula, algorithm, anything like that conducted this year.
No.
And is that possible in the future?
We're definitely looking to consider any and all additions or revisions to the process based off of how this first cycle goes. And I'm committed to listening to the community and soliciting feedback on how the process goes in order to ensure that the process results in the realization of the vision for the school and service for the students of District 20.
Any other council members like to ask questions at this point? Great. Thank you very much, Principal Nastasi. I'm thrilled and really excited about the school. As you know, I have very positive feelings about art schools. So, and Superintendent, you'll be able to stay around for a bit at least?
Yes, and that concludes my report, so.
Okay, yeah, I figured it was. Thank you very much, Dr. Preto. It was a great, very comprehensive update.
Can I say goodnight? Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, Principal. Thank you to your team as well. It was nice, very nice having you.
Thank you.
before we move on, I believe I just want to make a, bear with me, apologies. Yeah, I do want to acknowledge a couple of guests who have arrived. We typically like to acknowledge public officials when they join our meetings and give them an opportunity to have a few minutes to speak if they like. If they don't, that's fine too. And so I did notice that Councilmember Alexa Aviles is with us tonight. Councilmember, if you would like to speak, you may have a few minutes.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Happy to be here with CEC 20 members and certainly Superintendent Prado. My name is Alexa Aviles. I'm the new council member representing District 38, which includes Sunset Park, Red Hook, and portions of Dyker Heights, Windsor Terrace, and Borough Park. So for those of you who don't know me, I am also a parent of 2 public school students, a longtime parent advocate in District 15, CEC 15. You know, overcrowding in our schools has been a long time and persistent issue, right? Which is why when 936 and 939 were proposed, the community was truly elated. Many worked long and hard hours in the district planning process to create this new opportunity for our children with this building. It's important to note that 939 is the first middle school to be built in our district in more than 20 years. So it is a very important space for us. It is documented that the school was planned and built to be a choice admission school, open to the students in the district. Excuse me. Excuse me, sorry. I thought I got disconnected. It was never meant to be a screen school. So I am gravely concerned that the required public engagement process was not observed here. And with such a significant decision, such as changing an admissions process, one meeting in December does not constitute a full and robust process, nor does it reflect the mandated process. So I've heard also from parents and students that there was not a meaningful engagement in changing the admission to the school. So I ask that you pause this change and institute a full and transparent process that this kind of change really requires. It sounds like 939 has an enormous amount of passionate educators, and I would hate to see the impacts of screens become an exclusive thing. Just short of last year, New York City High School Application Advisory Committee put forth a recommendation in a report to the New York City Board of Education that encouraged the end of the use of screens for middle school levels immediately, noting, among other things, the disparate impacts and knowing that screens are inherently unequal. So I would just ask, please listen to the voices and the parents and the students of this community. I implore you to understand that opening an opportunity for a child and their family does not diminish your child's opportunity or the school's opportunity. It is and was meant to be a school for an open admissions process for those children to discover their potential. And I really encourage you not to change the admissions process, to not move backward, but to really offer the beauty and the passion that you were talking about as educators to all children so that they can discover their own potential and love for the arts. So thank you for this opportunity to make this statement, and I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you very much, Councilmember, for being here and making the statement. We appreciate your advocacy for your community. Are there any, Councilmember, would you be open to any questions from council members, from CEC members?
Sure.
It's up to you, totally up to you.
I think I understand you have 198 people in the room
We
and
do,
many who
we
would
do.
like to talk. So I welcome anyone to call our office.
Very good.
And to visit District 38 at councilnyc.gov. Our number is oops, 439-9012, and I will double check that just in case, but please feel free to contact me directly.
That sounds good. Yep, appreciate that. Thank you. I see that we also have Donald DeRosa, the Borough Representative for City Controller Brad Lander with us. Mr. DeRosa, did you want to make any comments? Natalia, could you please unmute him if you can?
Hi, Stephen. Thank you for the recognition. I have no comments, but just want to bring greetings from City Comptroller Brad Lander.
Great, thanks. No, I know you're at our meetings regularly, so we appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Are there any, I haven't seen any, but are there any other public officials at the meeting that would like to speak? And please, if so, please, please raise your
Steve, I've
hand.
allowed, everybody can unmute if there is an official here that would like to unmute themselves and make themselves known. They're able to do so at this time.
Right, they can, well, we have to unmute them, but they can raise their hand. For anyone who's a public official who would like to speak, you could raise your hand. That's in the found under the reaction button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Please raise your hand and we'll try to see it in the participant list.
Is Maya? Maya was here.
Maya was in earlier, but I think
she gone.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen her on the list.
Okay. Next, I just want to give any, if there are any well, okay, I'll move on with my report now, and then we will get to public speaking and including any members of the education community, principals, and members of the public. So for my report, I just want to touch on three things. One is I want to say that we are considering well, we will participate next week in a joint information session on middle school and high school admissions with CEC2 and members from the Citywide Council on High Schools. There's also the DOE Department of Enrollment has been invited. This will be Tuesday, the 15th, 7 p.m. It's a meeting of CEC2's Admissions and Diversity Committee, and it will be designed to answer questions for parents about the middle school and high school admissions process. And hopefully the DOE enrollment will be present, but if not, there will be many very well-informed individuals there, many other parent leaders from CEC2 and the Citywide Council on High Schools who can answer questions about the process. The second note I just want to make is about New York City schools accounts, NYCSA accounts, and remind all parents that the DOE is moving all student information or trying to move all student information and records to NYCSA accounts. We have these are the accounts that you typically register for your children's information. There's a website. I'm going to share my screen in a second. So what we've done is we've put a link on our website called NYCSA account, and it just has the relevant links. Tells you how to sign up. These are important because, like I just said, there's a variety of records that the DOE is transferring. They say that right now about 60% of student systems are linked through your NYCSA account. They're targeting 100% of DOE systems linking information through it by December. In fact, I just saw, I think as of January 31st, your special education and academic intervention services are now visible on your Nixa account. So encourage all parents, if they haven't already signed up for one, there's a step-by-step guide. These were also what were used to register and vote for CEC elections. And the Committee on Elections is planning for the next election next spring, the spring of 2023. And so before those elections, it's very important to get a Nixa account signed up. So like I said, on our website, there's the setup guide for a link to the setup guide for parents on the DOE webpage. Please feel free to use that as a resource. On 936, my comments, and speaking for the council in terms of our resolution, as was already mentioned, we believe 936 should be allowed to fulfill their original mission and begin auditioning incoming sixth graders for their respective disciplines. I support families throughout the district who seek specialized education, including for the arts. It's important to identify unique talents and interests in students, group these students together with teachers and an administration specifically trained and dedicated to meeting their needs. I believe that applies to any category, whether it's arts, academics, extracurricular activities, sports. I strongly believe principals know their schools best and should be allowed to exercise agency to build the type of school that best suits their community. I strongly support the administration at 936 having agency over the admissions process. I also represent students, and we on the council also represent students who live in close proximity to the school. I'm very pleased that this issue was brought to our attention. Looking at the number of elementary schools in that area, I can understand the demand for a more proximate middle school. I would love to propose, and I'm proposing that the CEC work with the district and the ODP on a data-driven analysis of middle school capacity and enrollment needs for this part of our district. This is an area where the CEC actually has real tangible authority. There's a lot of different ways we can approach this issue. One idea that I'm very interested in learning more about is whether we can rezone some of our elementary schools to District 15. There are elementary schools in D15 zoned for our middle schools. Are there other rezoning options when the new middle school on 86th Street opens? This is not the list of an expert. This is the list of a parent volunteer. So I'm sure there are lots of reasons why those options I just listed need to be considered more carefully, but I'm just throwing that out there. I'm sure there are other options. It's also very important to mention that while we certainly appreciate the advocacy of Councilmember Aviles, there are 6 council members represented in our district. And I have spoken to one other council member, and Councilmember Yeager, Coleman Yeager, gave me permission to say that he would have some concerns about a priority admission for one part of the district over others. And we would look forward to engaging with all parts of the district on this decision. And so I personally remain very committed to having this a district-wide program. Finally, a word on public engagement. We've, as Councilmember Aviles just mentioned, we've received word that there was insufficient public engagement on this process. The DOE, we've often said the same thing. And so that's a separate issue that I'm just going to leave aside for now. I'm going to speak for the CEC. We obviously had the meeting in December that was referred to. We have a regular, well-known schedule of meetings. Beyond that, we are also continuously conducting outreach, building relationships in the district. Engagement is critical. And if district stakeholders choose not to engage with us, we can't understand what their current priorities are. And disengaging from those you disagree with may feel good, and you may feel like you're honoring principles, but in the end, does it serve its purpose? And we just want to say, we're a group of volunteer parents. Many of us work full-time in areas not related to public policy or advocacy. Many are immigrant parents and we're just trying to understand the institutions of the city education system. I will personally say it's a great honor to lead them, and we're very committed to doing everything we can to understand every part of this district. And the CEC that I'm proud to lead is always willing to work on practical policy solutions with anyone in this district. And as a reminder, I'll just drop my email in the chat, and anyone who wants to engage on this issue and any other issue is always welcome to do so. But engagement is critical, not disengagement. And those are my comments on the 936 issue. I will now turn it over to, we are now at the public speaking portion of the evening. Just a reminder, I'll run through some of the rules around public speaking tonight. Bear with me one moment. Okay. As we said at the beginning of the meeting, if you haven't already signed up, you can sign up in the link in the chat. The link is also posted on the website. And then finally, you can also, once we get through the speakers that have signed up, we will also take individuals who raised their hand in the session. Apologies, I'm just going to drop my email in the chat as a reminder for anyone who would like to reach out anytime. We will also take speakers on the language lines. Translators, we will check in with you in a few minutes to see if there are any members of the public on the language lines who would like to speak. And we will also take question or public speaking from individuals who have dialed in on your phones. We are going to limit public speaking to 2 minutes per person. There will be a timer that, if the technology works out, it should be visible on the screen, I am hoping.
If not, I'm going to shout.
Okay. The usual rules of code of conduct of CEC meetings applies. Please address ideas, not people. Please address the substance of the issues that we're discussing. And please keep your comments courteous and respectful. Okay. Natalia, may we start with, actually, I would like to start with principals who are on the line, just grant them the right to speak first. Are there any CEC or any District 20 principals who would like to speak?
Hold on.
I see Principal Demos right here, and she's certainly a fitting one to have go. Principal Demos, are you able to? Here we go. I just asked you to unmute. Go ahead, Principal Demos. And principals, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you to the CEC for your time. My name is Mina Demos, and I am the principal of PS 503. I am also the proud District 20 parents of 2 District 20 students, and I am here tonight to advocate for my community. As it's been stated from its inception, MS 936 has been a district-wide middle school designed for students with a passion or talent in the arts. I believe there is a way to ensure that the integrity of the mission and vision of MS 96, while also ensuring that historically underserved populations are not excluded from the admissions process and continue to have access to the quality arts education that MS 936 offers and that teachers so wonderfully described. A quality arts education that all students deserve. As has also been mentioned, on December 20th, CEC 20 passed a resolution advocating for the instatement of auditions criteria for MS 936 admissions. Included in this resolution was also a clause advocating for, and I quote, screening methods that I quote, incorporate an algorithm to add bonus points and or set aside seats based on eligibility for free or reduced lunch, IEP status, other criteria to reach underserved and underrepresented populations in a more robust and sustainable manner. I appreciate the CEC for including this clause in the resolution. At the current time, the algorithm has yet to be included in the admissions criteria for this year. I am here to ask the CEC to use its considerable influence to advocate for the instatement of the algorithm that the council itself unanimously voted for on December 20th. I appreciate the inclusive language and vision as presented by the MS 936 teachers and believe in it. But I worry that without the algorithm, we do not ensure the protection and inclusion of historically disadvantaged populations, such as students in temporary housing, economically disadvantaged students, multilingual learners, students with IEPs. Students in these categories reside throughout the district, and particularly in Sunset Park. They are at risk of being systemically excluded if we do not act. This is a critical issue for us to address as a district, and particularly at this time. For many students, the cost of private formal arts training is prohibitive.
It's 5
And
minutes.
without the
I mean,
ability
5
of
seconds.
quality public elementary schools due to the pandemic to provide access to arts instruction has been significantly limited. Given both the timing of this year's admissions process in relation to the pandemic and the need for a long-term
I'm sorry,
balanced
can I interrupt?
criteria,
The time, 3 minutes.
Principal Demos?
I ask for the CEC to instate the clause that you voted for in the December 20th resolution. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you very much, Principal Demos. If any council members have seen another school principal who has their hand raised, please.
Steve, I believe Jenny Zhang is from an AM's office.
Okay.
Jenny, can you unmute?
Hi, thank you. Sorry, it wasn't letting me unmute.
Yeah,
Hi, my name is Jenny. I am the Chief of Staff with Assembly Member Marcella Matenis. I've been listening to the statements and comments as a part of this portion of this evening's agenda. Just wanted to say that our office is very focused on ensuring that we're consistent in our admissions policy, so making sure that we are erecting fewer barriers, fewer screening policies to ensure that everyone can have access to the schools that they desire. That's something that's very important to the Assembly member in our office. So we just, wanted to say that, and I'm curious to hear the rest of the discussion. Definitely urge the CEC to consider the fact that we are a community of many immigrant parents, many parents without access to technology, without access to timely information, and that every small barrier we erect in the admissions process can have implications for many children. So just wanted to say that, and I'm curious to hear the rest of the discussion.
Thank you very much. Any other principals or elected officials? Okay. Let's move to the speaker sign-up sheet. Natalia, who is the first individual, the first speaker on the sign-up sheet?
Excuse me, Steve, can Natalia or someone put the first five speakers in the list and continue to do that so people know where they stand?
Sure.
That's a little more complicated because we have 39 people who signed up, and it's like a range between PTA, PTO, general parents. So I'd have to take the time to go through.
Yeah, that's Natalia, just let's do it the normal way, that's fine. For next meeting, we'll figure out how to do it. So
Okay.
Natalia, and that's a good reminder. I would ask every speaker to please identify yourself, name and school affiliation, organization. Who's up first, Natalia?
Okay. So Natalia Guarin Klein.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so I am a parent. So I'm the daughter of immigrants from South America who don't have more than a middle school education level. My husband and I were products of screened public schools. I'm the mom of 3 kids. 2 of them are in District 20. 1 is in high school outside. Very concerned about some of what's happening in the DOE admissions. I've been so stressed. For the first time, I'm thinking about other options outside of public school, even though we've always attended public schools, my entire family. With my oldest child, it wasn't this stressful. I'm concerned that my 5th grader is excluded from sibling priority because she has a sister in 7th grade. Doesn't make sense to me at all. I also concerned about the high school admissions. If it remains the same for next year, my daughter has a 95 average, and basically it's meaningless if you really look at how it's broken up for next year. And I know tons of families that for the first time are really thinking about moving or have moved. And then I wanted to add for MS 936, I'm excited about the school. My daughter is an art, loves art. And so the fact that it's promoted, has been promoted as a District 20 school and an addition school, please don't change that. We have less than a month and she's been preparing and practicing. And I just think it's unfair to change that. I agree with Superintendent Preto that, let's look at the information for the last few years and then determine if there's other changes that need to be made in the future, but let that be gradual versus trying to change it with less than a month. And then the last thing I wanted to say as a Latina and a parent from personal experience, I totally agree with Steve Stowe about the need for specialized and screened schools. I can't advocate for that more, any more than that. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Natalia.
Sorry, I was on mute. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name, but Anna Alzugaray.
You got it. Thank you very much. And thank you. My name is Anna Alzugaray, and I am representing the executive board of PS 503. And I'm also a parent of a 5th grader in District 20. Again, I want to thank the opportunity to come here to speak this evening regarding the new admission process here at MS 936. As many of the predecessors before me, Councilwoman Alexa Villas and the Principal Nina Demos pointed out, there are many concerns regarding this admission process, but I want to highlight the one that Ms. Demos did not get a chance to completely speak about, the impact of COVID and how it has restricted the ability for these students to get that opportunity to put their best foot forward. If we truly are looking for students to be able to put that best foot forward, we need to provide the economically disadvantaged students here at Sunset Park the programs, the free programs that they will need so that they could put with passion their desire to do their best in these art schools. I also want to acknowledge the fact that, yes, the panel will be listening to them, but it's arbitrary. It's a very short 2-minute audition that will be reflective of this child who has not had or received the opportunities because of COVID to put their best foot forward. I think we were heading in the right direction. It's not a high school, it's not college. and the stress level that these fifth graders will be put through in such a short period of time, I feel needs to be reviewed and looked at, and I thank you for doing so.
Thank you. So Liz Regan.
I'm going to be reading a statement that was written by PS 503 school social worker and community advocate Maria Garcia. I am concerned about the change in admissions policy for MS 936. I was concerned that this change was done without the community stakeholders and that our students in Sunset Park will once again be disenfranchised. Sunset Park has no middle school. Now there is a middle school and barriers are being placed that make it difficult for students of color and students in underserved populations to access this school. The CEC recently passed this resolution and it was accepted by the DOE to change MS 936 from a lottery school to a screen school. Students will now have to audition. This will disenfranchise the very students the DOE is attempting to serve. If this resolution is passed and cannot be rescinded, then let us work within the resolution to provide solutions that give an equitable opportunity for students that are interested in applying. As Principal Demos said, in this resolution that the CEC passed, there was also a suggestion that the screening methods could also incorporate an algorithm to add bonus points and or set an aside based on eligibility for free or reduced lunch, IEP status, L status, etc. However, this suggestion was not incorporated into the new admission screen. We need to ensure that at least the algorithm is changed to add bonus points and prioritize the students that are L's, students in temporary housing, students with IEPs, and free or reduced lunch. I would also suggest priority for students in the 11220 zip code, since there is no middle school in this area. The 4 elementary schools within the vicinity of MS 936 are composed mostly of students of color, the populations that often struggle the most to access screen schools. I ask that the DOE amend the admissions policy and incorporate the very changes supported by the CEC to make avenues of access for underrepresented populations.
Thank you very much. Next. So that statement that was just read, I see Natalia, the next speaker, Maria Garcia, but wasn't that whose statement was just read? But then there's also, Natalia, you also have a name here, Noel Garcia?
Yes. No, Maria. Okay, hold on.
Maria Garcia's statement was just read.
Right, but I'm Noel Garcia and I'm ready to speak.
Go for it.
Thank
Please,
you.
sir. Yep.
Well, thank you very much. I'm here to support, I totally support, I've been listening, Councilmember Aviles' statement and Principal Demos' statements, and I'm opposed to the recent change to the admission criteria of MS 936 and the screening process. Number one, as mentioned, there might be various council members that are within the district, but this school sits, in the area that is represented by Councilmember Aviles. And so I would like to point that out. But in particular, this is once again a meeting that was held and a change that was made in such a late process that I don't see the reason, as suggested by Councilmember Aviles, to postpone the screening process so we can have a better understanding of what the community wants. The community is involved. The community is here. And this community supported the school, but they want to be able to speak in a robust discussion and keep the admissions process as it has been. Even in this meeting, somebody suggested, let's make the list different, right? And in terms of speaking. And sir, you suggested that, no, let's wait and do it differently for next meeting. In the same way, we need more time to talk about this admissions process and what it should be for this community. I heard many teachers speak about what their vision is and the principals speak about what their vision is for this school, but we should be talking about what the vision is for the community as well for this school. This is a barrier that's unnecessary, and those closest to the schools who don't have access to Instagram and Twitter, as suggested by the principal, to find information that way. These are not people that have that access easily. Or a staff member spoke about, a teacher spoke about, that she helped somebody with little training and that she had training, but our students don't have that kind of training at all. So I believe that this was a rush decision that should be rescinded at this time. And to conclude, to be rescinded and to be brought up again at a future date for more robust discussion. And also that, again, there was a bait and switch in that the screening methods was supposed to incorporate an algorithm about bonus points.
Sorry to interrupt, but the time is up.
Lunch And that was also not done, and that should also be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anluo Chen. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Are you
Hi,
able to? You
I'm
got
Arlo
it?
Chen. I'm just a parent of two trials in PS 506. With all the talk about underrepresented, that's bullshit. All right, sorry about my language, but
Please.
that's bullshit.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna say, all right. The thing is, what I'm trying to say is, PS 506 doesn't have any Chinese office clerks, not at all. No Chinese parent coordinator, no Chinese main office worker, no Chinese speaking people like to answer call or whatever. And you talk about underrepresented. Underrepresented? Is that underrepresented enough? And I wrote to that superintendent, Mr. Preto. I'm not sure about the spelling. Like 3 times, he replied first time like with a few words, and the second time he doesn't reply. Third time he doesn't reply. I don't know if my name ring any bell to him, but well, see what I'm saying? Underrepresented. Try to say more. I think that's enough. Zero. Is zero underrepresented? Please come on, hire someone. I mean, it should be more than just one. I mean, PS 506. I don't run the school, so I don't know the exact number. But from what I see when I pick up my kids or send my kids to school, there's at least like I'll say at least 40% of school kids are Chinese kids. And there's no Chinese speaking office clerks or parent coordinators. So when the principal from MSR 936 talk about like she and her office like contact the parent coordinators, we got nothing. Nobody notifies anything. So well, let me say like please hire someone.
Thank you very much.
Steve, I've asked William Chin to put his email in the chat for that gentleman to contact him directly.
Yeah, sure. Whose email, Vito?
William Chin's email.
Oh,
So he
sure.
can-
Yeah, if Bill is, did you say Bill is going to do that?
I direct messaged him.
Sure. Next speaker is
Savannah Romero, but I don't think she's in. I don't see a person on the list.
And just in case, I just want to go back to the previous speaker, Mr. Chen, and you can contact William Chin. The email we just dropped in the chat. Please contact William Chin, Bill Chin, and he can help address some of the issues you raised. So I hope you see his email, sir.
Yes, thank you.
You can also email me actually. I just put my email in the chat.
All right,
And also Kevin Zhao, a council member, who just put his email in. You can contact him as well.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Natalia, next speaker.
Oh, who do I have on the list? It's in the chat.
Ellen Izzo?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm on, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for allowing this time. My name is Ellen Izzo. I'll be speaking through the art teacher lens tonight. I've been an art teacher at PS 503, PS 314 for over 20 years. And that time I've had the pleasure of watching artists at work through painting, drawing, printmaking, sculpture, collage, and mixed media. I've learned to appreciate the journey, the process a student goes through while creating work and finding their voice. Creativity is something we all have to be nurtured. It deserves time and space. I always wish students had more time devoted to this kind of thinking, especially now when we seem to be playing catch up with materials we have available in school versus materials students were lacking during remote and quarantine era. It seems a cruel time to lock people out of a facility that is a public school and is quite unlike my public school. I strenuously object to the admissions criteria presuming to measure passion for the arts. It is trying to measure an aptitude that is long held to be sacred in art making. Namely, to be an artist, you have to be able to draw, and realistically is better. I'm not objecting out of the fear our student artists cannot draw realistically. I am concerned that a premier art school would hold such a narrow view of what art is and call it passion. Where is the compassion? At the risk of sounding like sour grapes, I can't imagine having the dedicated art studios MS 936 has. I do hope they can always keep them. It's not my intention to begrudge their good fortune, but the disparity is overwhelming. Every child deserves access to these spaces. Historically, PS 503 has been an overcrowded school, unable to keep an art room open every year. We're able to bring art materials with us as we push our overflowing carts into classrooms and meet students there, where they are, and it is there that they use their hands and minds to engage with materials. And yet there, just down the block, just out of reach, is that magnificent space not intended for our deserving community. When will they
Sorry.
ever get that opportunity?
I'm sorry, the time is
When
up.
can it happen? We
Thank you,
need
Speaker.
access.
Thank you, Speaker.
I've got more.
Time is
but-
up. I do apologize. As you know, we have a lot of speakers tonight. Next speaker, Natalia.
Joey Zhang. I think this is right here.
Hi. Hi, my name is Joy Zhang. I have two kids mom. One is in fourth grader, one is an eighth grader. And tonight I heard, thank you CEC and MS 936 and Superintendent get this kind of committee all involved in this meeting. Thank you. But I think I'm living Sunset Park more than 10 years. Yeah, it's a good opportunity talking about art. So our school should have our audience. We no denying every kid's talent in different way, but which is art, music, the kind of thing. They need a talent. Otherwise, why you guys take away our audition in Sunset, only in Sunset Park? Mark Twain, other middle school, they have a art school, they do audition. Why take away Sunset Park? Because Sunset Park is immigrant. We cannot make it. Please don't do that. Sunset Park parents immigrant. We need to apply. We need a school like MS 36, MS 936. We need to apply, immigrant apply. We can do, other people can do it, immigrant parents can do it. I heard a lot of 503 staff and principals saying, oh, the school need a not convenient for some Title I students. We all know in Sunset Park, mostly school is Title I school. But I think MS 936 will figure out for whatever lower income or IEP student, they will get the Sunset Park. Believe them. They decide for our school, and kids have some talent in that kind of way. They deserve for next bar. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Speaker.
Next is Irene. Okay, guess not. Yifeng Chen.
Yifeng, can you unmute?
I don't see, I think she left. Okay.
Her name is under Michael on the Zoom name.
Where? happens? Yeah.
Someone said it's under Michael.
Yeah, her Zoom name is Michael.
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, there you are. Great.
Yeah, hi, my name is Yifan Chen, and I have a kid attending PS 102. I'm a former CC20 member. One correction is to council member Avila. It's 936, MS 936, and it's not 939. And also it's auditioned ASCO. So one thing I want to say is that talent in art does not discriminate. Students can be talented in any race, ethnicity, family, income. And like Avila said, opening a seat to the talented student does not discriminate others. And our school is non-due in CEC in District 20. And I'm really glad to hear that audition is for students with or without training. It's great for the teacher and artists to spot talented students. So go MS 936. And in the spirit of Winter Olympics, I hope we bring out our best talented students and make the students go faster, higher, and stronger. Thank you. We really need an audition art school in District 20.
Thank you, Yifang.
Jacqueline Guitarero. Okay. So Dr. Prado said that there are also 2 students who want to speak.
Do we have their names, Natalia? We can have them after Jacqueline.
Yeah,
Jacqueline, is Jacqueline able to unmute herself?
You have to ask her to unmute.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Why don't I see? Okay, hold on. Jacqueline.
Hello?
Jacqueline?
Yes, it's me. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? Please,
Okay, I'm
go ahead.
doing good. I would like to say thank you for taking the time to hear our concerns. As a parent of the school PS 503, I have a 5th grader, and I will have to say that we are definitely having this, I will say, challenging time because it is kind of hard. My daughter, she definitely is into art, but I also have here that other parents are saying that they feel that they're not getting the opportunities that they should be getting. Let's say my daughter who is in high school right now, when she was in elementary school, she didn't show any interest in art, not at all. But once she attended middle school, she find her passion for singing, and that's where she developed it. And right now she's in high school. She's a soprano, and she's phenomenal. And I think by now the MS 936 auditioning is kind of like taking away the opportunity for kids who haven't discovered their talent. They are denying the opportunity for them to enter the school. And another thing that they were saying, I feel as a parent, nobody is listening to us how we feel about being the school auditioning. I think if your kid has the feeling like, okay, I think I like art, like drawing, singing, but we don't have any. Well, I will say about my kid, my kid doesn't attend to any specialized art class or anything. She just likes to draw, and I don't know if my kid will meet the expectations that the school is asking for the audition. She might go and draw her drawings, but it worries me that it will not meet the criteria that the school is asking for. And I have the feeling that that is for other students as well. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker.
So Lucas Healy.
And real quick, Natalia, is everything okay with the technology? What was the issue? Do you know what the issue was with the video?
I still don't know what that is about, because
I'm just
you
looking at the
shouldn't-
posts in the, because I don't see any video on my end either. Or actually, I see your screen. All right, let's proceed. Go ahead. We can have Lucas speak.
Sorry guys, I can't turn on my camera.
Natalia, are you able, Natalia, someone posted in the chat that it said the host has disabled video.
I definitely did not.
Yeah, I'm not saying you intentionally did, just someone posted, it says the host has disabled the option to turn on cameras.
You'd have to go into security settings, Natalia, and see if there's a checkbox that I don't have.
I mean, I don't see how that happens, because I didn't click on anything in settings. Try it now.
I just clicked start video. I don't know if that's going to work.
We are seeing you now, Dr. Pedro.
And we see you too, Kevin.
Where's Lucas?
Let's see if we can see the speaker.
I see Lucas also now. Lucas Healy, right?
Yes.
I see the video on.
It's all right. It's on.
You're good. Yeah, we just saw you.
Okay. Okay. My name is Lucas Healy, and I'm a D75 student. And I live here in District 20. Well, this changed to policy to MS 936. It's very triggering for me. Back when this land was brought and they held public meetings for the site. This was not opportunity to have, this is not an opportunity to have a middle school settings for D75. And the CEC and the old superintendent that didn't want those kids in this school. This change in policy, he sounded like more like ways to keep kids out. All of our kids deserve to be seen. All of our kids have talents, but they may not know what there are yet. Limiting the type of student that gets to apply, it's not fair. It's not fair now. That's it, guys.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much, speaker.
Okay, mixed T, MXT.
That's me.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I am T. I am a student in District 20, and I'm going to be speaking for a friend who is in fact in MS 936. When I first came to this school, I had an interest in drawing, but had not had opportunities to explore any other art programs. It wasn't until I started school this year that I loved dance, and I am really, really good at it. Finding out on social media that my school was now only going to let students in based off of an audition was a shock. It doesn't sound fair. I live here in Sunset Park, and to think my sister and neighbors, they may not have the same opportunity to discover a hidden talent or develop an existing one makes me really angry. How can a decision like this be made without talking to us first? Please reconsider this decision, not only for the students now, but for all those to come in Sunset Park. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I do, Su Hui Ni. I am so sorry if I mispronounced that. Let's see. No? Okay. Hey, Queenie Yuho? Marvin Romero?
Natalia, I just want to make sure, when you call the name, do you unmute them, or should I be, like, the two names that you just called, they both, you asked to unmute and they just didn't respond?
Those are two who are next. I'm going through the list.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just asking, when you did Su Hui Ni, for example, did you
I did a search the list and didn't find them.
Okay, gotcha. Just checking.
I don't see.
I do have a
either.
concern, like somebody before, her Zoom name and the name on the registered list is different. We might not be able to find them.
Like, Kevin, there's two names at the bottom of the list in, it looks like in Mandarin.
Did you say the Xu Hui Ni?
That's one, yeah.
And then Queenie Yu Ho?
Yes.
Okay, but even if they know, but they cannot respond, right?
Yeah,
Even if
maybe ask them to.
They know we're
raise their
calling
hand.
her or him.
Yeah, ask them, Kevin, can we
Can
start
we
with
ask them to
that?
raise the hand or something like that?
Please, and Kevin, if you could pronounce their names, please, that would be
Okay.
great.
I really do not know actually, because sometimes even the same letters, they are talking about different names.
Okay.
I can try.
Okay.
Sophia Zhao has her hand up. I don't know if she's one of the speakers. And
Yeah, can we unmute her and see?
Sure. Hey,
Sophia?
Sophia, are you one of the speakers?
Yes, hello everyone. Good evening.
Sophia, you are the
Kevin?
Ji Hui Ni or Queenie Yu Hu?
Yeah, I need a transfer.
Can you say?
Sure. Okay. She says she need a translation.
Yes.
Can you call into the Mandarin line and they can translate the question for you? Or Kevin, if you're willing right now.
Yes, Kevin,
Go ahead.
Okay,
can
I'll
you
try.
help me, please?
Okay, I'll try.
OK，各位 leader， 大家晚上好，我是去年拉瓜迪亚考生的家长。
You want me to translate now?
Yes.
You finish
Yeah.
first, I'll translate.
OK. Yeah, I need a translation.
Sophia,
Yes.
You finish speaking first, then I'll translate.
我可以讲中文吗？
可以讲中文，先讲完了，然后我再 translate.
OK， 我是去年拉瓜迪亚考生的一名家长，我是非常支持这个艺考的。
Okay.
因为在去年考试的过程中，拉瓜迪亚有一个非常重要的这个命题绘画，是要求孩子们画出来一个关于汉堡包的一个内容，而且要求孩子们自行提交这个作品。如果我们家长支持艺考的话，那给每一个孩子的机会是非常公平的，可以面对面的让考试的老师看到这个作品是孩子自己本身画的。但是由于去年呢，这个考试必须是网上提交，如果取消艺考的话，或者不公平对待的话，那么有可能这个作品就不是孩子本人提交的，这样就不可能做到公平、公正和公开。所以我是非常支持这个艺考的，也希望有关的教育局的领导和相关的部门会考虑我们的这一个意见。OK.
Okay.
Kevin.
Okay. Just 1 second. Okay. What Sophia said is she's a mom of a LaGuardia student. Her daughter was admitted there, and then she strongly supported the audition based on her experience. Last year, there was in the audition there was a quiz for the students. The student need to draw a hamburger by themselves, be creative and to draw it. And this is like give a very equal opportunity for the kids to present their talent. I think she means that it does not really, the teacher do assess the talent, not just the skill by training or such thing like that. And what she said over here is, if we remove the audition, then we wouldn't know if a student really have the talent with it, and it would not be fair to just do a drawing, and that would lose a lot of good quality students. Yep. And she strongly urged the DOE to consider that opinion. Okay.
Great, thank you.
I saw Yuni just raising her hand.
Queenie's unmuted. She can go next.
Okay.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
Is this the next? Is
Queenie? This is Queenie. Queenie?
Yes, can I?
Yes.
You're up.
I support for a good reason. Schools can request screen schools to set aside seats for the school. It will be overcrowded, and a screen school cannot accommodate students from every single school, so what the principals and setting aside seats. There are only so much in the box. So the screen schools, they just go on testing to screen students to fit in so many seats in the classroom into the school. And on top of it, one school, MS 906 or any schools, isn't that discriminatory to all students? If we have equal standing, equal footing, then all of us can compete. Otherwise, equality, and that is discrimination. If any schools request screen school to set aside seats because they believe they need extra help, but the question to help, is it based on ability, based on knowledge, or based on any kind of resource not giving out, or based on race or ethnic? It's based if race, that is a racial discrimination. If it's based on resource, it can be given, applied in any kind of avenue instead of demanding one particular school or a group of particular screen schools. The question is why particular group has special interests over others.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Marvin Romero.
I didn't see Marvin on the list. Does he have a different name?
Marvin, if you, let's see, that's hard to.
Steve, we have 3 people with their hands up. We recognize them. Maybe they can shed some light.
Yes. Yeah, we can, let's start with the first one that has their hand up. I'm just going to unmute Yasin Melendez Jimenez. Are you Marvin Romero?
Marvin Romero.
All right, we'll get to you. Don't worry. I don't see anyone. I mean, I see Julia, Colleen. I see a Mandarin name, but I think we should just Natalia, you're tracking the names on the sign-up sheet that have not spoken, correct? So we can always come back to them.
Right.
Okay, let's move on to the next name on the speaker sheet, please.
Okay, Mingxia. I'm pretty sure I pronounced that wrong.
And that is that Kevin, are you able to see anyone on the participant list with?
Just 1 second. Let me open the participant list.
There's one with a hand up in a Mandarin name. That might be it.
That doesn't say Mingxia in the Mandarin.
Okay.
明霞，你在会上吗？如果你是的话，请举一下手。你也可以用那个表情举手，或者你可以直接开 camera 举一下手，然后大家知道是你。Can you unmute the K one? I don't know if that's no one.
Which one?
K?
The K. Somebody just raised hand. K-A-Y.
I got it.
Can you just? Oh, I can do that too. I just realized. Yeah.
K should be able to go.
Yeah, K. 你是明霞吗？ Are you 明霞 ？K. K, you can speak now. 你可以发言了。I don't know. I think we should pass. Go to the next one.
Okay. Yeah, let's go to the next one. Again, Natalia, just keep track of these names and we'll try to get everyone. Next speaker is Chen Kwok.
Oh God. Chen Kwok, 你在群里吗？如果你是Chen Kwok的话，请举一下手。因为我们在 Zoom 里面没找到Chen Kwok这个名字。如果你是Chen Kwok的话，请举一下手。Nope.
Okay.
Next, Michelle Magnus.
That one can I help? That's not.
I got it. I see. Michelle, can you hear me? You can go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I just saw Qinghua come back.
And we'll get him right after Michelle.
Okay.
Okay, hello?
Hey, Michelle.
Okay, so I'm a big proponent of specialized high schools, Screen Public Schools, G&T, Delta Superintendent. But just listening to today's meeting, I do feel like you guys missed the nail on this one. It seems like this school, this middle school, MS 963, I have no affiliation. My daughter is never zoned for that school or anything, but I'm just speaking in just common sense thought. It seems like this school was built to fulfill the need of overcrowding in that community. and to alleviate that. And then I think, so I feel like maybe you missed the nail on this one, that it should just be left as a middle school for the community, and maybe rethink this zoned, or what did they call it? Auditioned admissions in the future when there's more middle schools to help alleviate overcrowding. I can't imagine, so my daughter would be zoned hopefully for the new school to be built in Bay Ridge, and I'm looking forward to that. I can't imagine being told when that moment comes that she can't go there because it has to be a screened or a G&T or a specialized admissions to it. So I can't imagine how people in the community must feel after looking forward to that for so many years. So I would reconsider and rethink maybe waiting till there's a better time to make that into a specialized school. My second point is going now back to specialized issues. The previous chancellor, I know she had mentioned in her summer forum about providing money and programming to schools based on their needs. I want to say she said in District 20, she was going to provide either some kind of engineering or maybe a STEM program. I can't recall what it was per se, but is it possible that's happened? And if not, when will it be provided? And can District 20 provide more STEM programs? Thank you.
Sorry, time is up. Yep.
Thanks, speaker. Let's go back to the previous speaker, Chen Kwok.
Um,
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you
Yes,
hear me?
we can
Hi.
hear you.
Yes, hi. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I'm a public school parent. I'm a member of CC2. I'm here to speak in favor of the audition-based middle school and music. That it's important that we support students who have put in a lot of effort into the practice and sustained effort of mastery of music and in a competitive fashion. There are students who need to have music lessons. That's true. But having access to a program doesn't mean interest or desire. That has been shown by those students who have put in the effort over many years or long hours. Sometimes it's not how long you play, it's how much effort you put into it. So unless there are spaces left, we need to create more capacity, especially younger ages. I fully support that. Music classes, arts classes from pre-K, K onwards. I play music myself. My son plays music, my daughter try to play, but she's not interested. So am I going to sign her up for a music class when she's not interested, or take someone else's spot? Because she said she might like music, but she won't put in the effort. So why should she take a spot from someone else who's very dedicated? So that's just principle it could be applied to music, for sports, for academics, science, math. So it's all the same principle. And we need to support that for our students. You know, students who don't have the opportunity, we should give them opportunity. We should put them in the right programs, but not at a school where it is for those students who have put in the effort. And there's limited spots, and you should reward those who have put in the effort and showed the interest over many hours and maybe years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Jenny Zhang.
Was she the representative?
Yes. Yes, she was.
She was, right? So she's already spoken.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Min Chen.
What's the name? Sorry.
Min Chen.
Okay. Min Chen.
We have a lot of
可不可以举一下手? Did you find the name?
I did not.
I don't see the name there neither. Min Chen, 你可不可以举一下手? Oh, I see an M raised my hand. I don't know if that's him.
I've asked her to unmute.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello, I'm sorry, I'm driving right now. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm here to speak, I'm here to, to speak about my support for the screening program. As the previous, as the speaker before me said, we need to maintain standards in education, and we should make sure the spots goes to students who truly need, who truly deserve the spot, who will truly benefit from the opportunities. And then with like education, let's leave it to the teachers. Let's leave it to the experts who can spot the diamonds in the rough, and know they will be screening both children with artistic training and without training. And let's trust the experts to do it right instead of lottery. I mean, what is this with the lottery? How many, what value are we instilling in the students if we teach them life is all about lottery? Hard work do not matter. And then how for how long will lottery run in life? Is it going to go up to, okay, high school admission, but are you going to make college admission lottery? And then what after college? Will job be lottery? Or can you imagine theater companies taking, selecting actor and actresses by lottery instead of audition? At some point, our children have to face the pressure in life and have to prove themselves. And let's start early by giving them opportunities and trainings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rebecca.
有 Rebecca 在群里面吗？我没有看到那个 Rebecca 的名字，请你举一下手。If anybody is Rebecca, can you raise your hand? Because we don't find your name in the participants list.
I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hands up.
My God.
Julia's got her hand up. I've asked her to unmute.
Julia's
She's
next.
next.
Should we, so no one sees Rebecca?
It doesn't seem that any Rebecca on amount of hands up.
Okay. So Natalia, we'll come back to that one. So
Julia Levin, good boxer.
Yep.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I am a member of the PS 503 community. I have been a teacher for over 12 years. And currently in my classroom this year alone, I have many students who spend every spare moment drawing, write and tell me about their love of art, and who themselves, as well as their parents, have already shared with me their excitement over this middle school in their neighborhood. Despite the statements by the principal and teachers that they are open to a variety of our audition tapes, it seems laughable that they don't see how limited and prohibitive this process will be for students, including those in my class. I would hate to see these students judged by their availability to technology for their parents' bandwidth, while also juggling the many stressors this pandemic has already put on them, as well as a myriad of other issues I don't have time to describe. Most importantly, through their ability to compete with parents who have paid or had the spare time to send their children to art classes, singing classes, and other enrichment outside of school. The privilege that these parents have, which they mask with arguments of needing standards, high standards, or rewarding hard work, seems to lack an awareness of the reality of others. As many have mentioned before me and said more eloquently than myself, the CEC has already proposed screening methods that could ameliorate these issues and make this process more equitable, as well as acknowledging that this is one of the few middle schools in the 1120 zip code. So I do not feel that I need to repeat this. This was already described by other members. We need to ensure that at least the algorithm is changed to add bonus points and prioritize students that are Ls in the Ls in temporary housing, students with IEPs, and free or reduced price lunch. I would also suggest priority
sorry,
for
the
students in the
time is up.
1120 zip code at the very minimum.
Thank you, Speaker. Paulette is next. Go ahead, Paulette.
Before you start my time, I just want to say it's really fascinating to me how many people from Manhattan are at a District 20 meeting to talk about a school in our district. It's been a long time since I've seen that happen. So Kashuk and Chen and Deb and all of you who have your hands raised waiting to speak, I can't wait to hear what you Manhattan.
Time's running,
people think
Paulette, time is
about-
running.
Oh, you started my time? I thought I said, oh, you're
I
starting
just
my time
started.
now. Thank you. So anyway, I just want to show you this because this is the presentation made by district planning when the conception of MS 939 and 936 was taking place back in October 16th of 2019. And on page 8, and just so you know, this is public record. You can get this by asking district planning to send this to you. On page 8, it says the middle school will open with 6th grade in 2020-2021 school year. The middle school is planned to operate with a choice admissions method open to students and residents of District 20. So I don't know what you guys are talking about in terms of the original concept of this school, because it was always intended to be an art school open to all in District 20. This is very triggering for me because 4 years ago, when we first started talking about this location, I was so hopeful that we would finally have a middle school setting for our D75 students. And that didn't happen around the same type of concept and perspective. So my son, who spoke earlier today, is now about to start high school. And we still don't have a middle school D75 setting in this district. There's one coming, and I think that's fantastic. But having this conversation yet again, with the lack of engagement, at least when we were having the discussion around D75, we had 4 different public hearings that went on for 6 months. This decision was made by a CEC, which does not have the authority to make this policy change. Within, I think it was a month, December 20th, and then all of a sudden, January 3rd, the policy was in place. I've never seen policy change that quickly, ever, in my entire career in the DOE. That being said, being that I am a special education advocate and that I sit on the citywide council on special education, I want to know how we are accommodating our IEP students, because when screens were not a measure last year, they were able to take in 56% more students in L students, in IEP
sorry,
students,
time is
and
up.
in low income students at McCullough and at Mark Twain. So that speaks volumes, and it didn't affect their standings in the school. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Is it
Kaushik
Kaushik
Das?
Das?
Hello, you guys can hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Kaushik Das. Yes, as the past speaker noted, I am in fact from District 2. I am on the CEC of District 2. I come here mostly in support of my fellow CEC council members, which CEC council members do from time to time. In particular, because two similar resolutions passed last night in our CEC. Specifically, one regarding in support of the middle school resolution, quite similar to the one that's being presented here today, and another one regarding the high school admissions process, both of which I handed in authoring. So yes, I am here to support my colleagues in CEC to do the same. As stated in the middle school resolution, I am dubious of the diversity benefits that were achieved at D15 and in New York City more broadly. I am sure, though, that any diversity benefits, if achieved, and I think they were minor if at all, certainly in other parts of New York City, included the busing around of kids to provide this diversity. And I'm also sure that many families left the district and left New York City as a result of this. I am also not sure that it has ever demonstrated improved academic outcomes in D15 or any other place. So I am equally dubious of extending it to a whole variety of other places. much less quoting it as a reason why sibling priority shouldn't be done. In regards to the high school application process, if you look at the appendix, which was created by parents, also some of them were from District 2, yes, it makes no sense statistically. They have chosen to use outliers instead of discarding outliers. They've chosen to make these gigantically large buckets the first bucket, which makes it a lottery. In particular, this is a lottery masquerading as screening, as a fellow CCHS council member has pointed out. Lastly, I'd like to disagree with Aviles, who spoke earlier today. There is a dearth of academically challenging schools in this city. And she said this does not diminish child's opportunity. It absolutely does.
Thanks,
Sorry,
Speaker.
the
Time
time's
is up. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Natalia, Maria Garcia already had a statement read.
Okay, it's very confusing because people are on here like 2 and 3 times.
Yeah, we'll do our best, but her statement was read already.
Okay. The next person I have is T student, but I don't see them.
They
on
spoke
the
already.
list.
They spoke already. Well, sorry, Natalia.
The T already spoke.
This one. All right, going through. Yim, Y-I-M.
I see.
There's a YING there. Are you talking about the same one?
Yim is the last 2 on an iPad.
Oh. I didn't realize, but my message is
Oh,
going straight to
YIM.
Steve.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, my message was going straight to Steve. I put it out.
There's 2 YIM with iPad 3. Okay. It's a dial in.
Hi,
Yim,
can
你
you
可以
hear me
讲话
now?
了。Yes, we can hear
Hi,
you now.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I wanted to say I support middle school 936 to do the arts audition, and having the audition will not discriminate students with disadvantage, because unlike the academic screen, if like I think using art is not something that students can like cram or like go to some boot camp for like you know, like math and ELA. And also whether the students have talent or not it's pretty much straightforward. It's either you have talent or you don't have talent, whether you have previous training or not. And I think that for students that have talent, it makes the experience in the classroom for the student and teacher very different. So I went to the LaGuardia when I was in high school, and there is one component of their audition where it really does test whether you have talent. And it's not something that I, even in middle school, in my music school, teacher can prepare me. So it's just whether you get it or you don't. So I think it's important to develop students' talent and support the needs of those students that actually do have the talent. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Clarice.
Clarice, can you raise your hand? We don't find your name in the participants list.
Okay.
Okay. Should we move on to next?
Robert Aguilar.
Good evening. My name is Rob Aguilar. I am the Senior Community Advocate at Councilmember Alexa Aviles' office, and I will be reading a message from a constituent. I'm really disheartened to hear about the new admission policy. No one had a say. There was no mention of this change at all. The school has always been so diverse and welcoming, a place where kids who maybe didn't have experience with the arts but wanted to learn could come. We were encouraged to specifically tell people we know that their kids could come here, even if they had no background in the arts. All they needed was an interest. Right now, kids from the surrounding community fill the school. This feels like it will put an end to that unless we somehow are given priority. This change came out of nowhere, and it's really disappointing. I don't understand why the community was not consulted. Now, as a former member of this council, I can tell you that the original intention of this school was to be an open admission school and not to be a screen school. And it, once again, this is the type of action and tactics that this CEC has done over and over again. And it's very unfortunate. And the community is watching. Thank you.
I said, is Anna Aguilar also going to comment?
Anna, unmute.
Yes, hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Anna Maria Aguilar. I am a longtime community advocate. When MS 936 was being built in our Sunset Park neighborhood, it brought hope to many families that for many years had been advocating for a middle school that their children could attend in their neighborhood. It is unfortunate that people that are not from our neighborhood, that do not understand our struggles and the struggles of our children, are making an impactful decision that is life-changing to our children. I demand for this process to be paused. Enough is enough. Our brown, immigrant, and community of color needs to be heard. Our children, our people should be included in these decisions.
I'm sorry, did we lose her voice?
Anna, were you finished?
I cannot hear her. Is she disconnected?
No.
So again, I don't know why it just muted. Again, I'm demanding for this process to be paused and to really include our neighborhood and to really include the voices of our people in the neighborhood and the parents of our community. And I would like to thank you all for this.
I think we lost Anna again. Hold on.
Yeah, Natalia, thank you for getting me back. There's something going on with the technology right now. I don't know I was just unable to unmute myself.
Yes, I've been muted several times.
Something
and
is.
that's been a problem with this CEC. Like the chat has been disabled. Anything for our voices not to be heard. That's the problem. And
Thank
I
you,
am
Speaker.
demanding
Thank
that
you, Speaker. Your time is up, Speaker.
again, that's the problem. You muted me and now I'm speaking and now you're interrupting me.
Thank
Our
you, Speaker.
voices need to be heard.
Natalia, do you know, are we good, do you think, on the issue, whatever was going on?
I have no idea what was going on.
Okay.
Adele, let's see. Hopefully Adele's still in. Okay.
Is it true? It's my turn? Okay, don't
Yes.
start the clock till I breathe. Hi, everyone. Thank you. I've heard a number of misstatements regarding the conception of 936. And I've come here to you today to give some information that's needed because I was there from the ground up over 6 years as vice president and president of CEC. And I saw the development of the school. In every presentation, a public meeting, in every leadership meeting, in every CEC meeting, at least 3 of which were held at 503, 506, the conception was clear. To claim otherwise by individuals who were not present through this process invites the perpetuation of misinformation. Last year, under the inequitable direction of the last administration, alleged choice school for the district enrollment led to the statistically impossible enrollment number of over 2/3 of students from 503, 506 gaining admission to 936. A number of students who were encouraged to enroll in the school are also completely unaware that they had enrolled in an arts-focused school. Multiple parents from the school admitted that their school directed them how to select their middle school. That is not equity. 78% of our district lives below the poverty line, not just the students of one neighborhood. How were they fairly treated in this process? The school was never initially conceived as a choice school that was to benefit one zip code over another, but as an arts opportunity to rival Mark Twain and to keep talented students with a clear passion for the arts from leaving our district. This message was clearly documented in newspapers and in minutes and has been repeated over 6 years. It was only derailed from its original conception without notification by the last administration at the moments just prior to the school's opening, leading to a skewed representation. Back in 2017, I was there with school leaders when we broke ground. We went to CEC meetings, we were at SLTs, we were at public meetings throughout for the last 5 years. Everyone had a voice to speak up about this. Anybody can comb through the minutes of those meetings. MS 936 is a small school of some 300 seats, not enough to make a dent in overcrowding, not enough to make everyone happy.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Time is up. Thank you. So next one, is it Kathy? Kathy Chin?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi. Okay. Thank you, everyone. My name is Kathy. I'm a parent of 7th grade student. So I don't have any special interest from myself talking about the audition to the art school. Myself think audition is very necessary for an art middle school because it is an art middle school. It's not a normal middle school. So when people talking about it's a backward step to do audition, I think this is totally incorrect. Everyone understands public school is very crowded, overcrowded. That's true. Every district should have more than one middle school, but this not impact the audition for an art school. It doesn't matter whether this art school is located in Sunset Park, in District 20, or in District 15, because audition can make sure the principal and art teachers, the faculty in this MS 936 can really be seriously provide educational service to students who have art talents. Of course, it's fair to say that all the students should be given opportunity to discover their potential and the love for the art. That's true. But why they need to go to art school to do that? There are so many enrichment programs in communities. They can go to those enrichment centers to discover their potential for art. They can enjoy the art education in those enrichment programs. However, if you go to an art middle school, that's a serious thing. If you give every student a chance to go there without audition, that's really wasted the society of resources. So this is nothing about disparity.
Time is up.
Okay, anyway.
Thank you, Speaker.
Let me say audition is necessary. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I believe I'm next.
My name is Colleen McDonald, and I am the Community School Director at Center for Family Life at PS 503 and PS 506. And thank you for allowing me to speak. A lot has been said that I don't need to repeat, but I do want to echo what Principal Demos, Councilmember Aveles, Mr. Garcia, Ms. Reagan, Jacqueline, many others have shared. Myself and the Center for Family Life oppose the new admissions criteria. I especially want to amplify the messages from students and parents who shared that their students didn't discover their talent or really didn't have their talent fostered or weren't able to until they attended middle school. We have very young students we're talking about here. Our students are more than diamonds in the rough. They are diamonds, they are shining, they are sparkling. We are doing our very best to help them flourish with the resources that we do have. Our students have aspirations to graduate from elementary school and go to a middle school that's inclusive, supportive, and close to their home. That's also overflowing with resources for the arts. Our students deserve that. They aspire to fulfill their own dreams and contribute to their community. We do have a lot of students who are unable to afford the lessons, and because of the pandemic, we haven't been able to provide some of the free lessons that I know the school works so hard to. I know volunteers do. I know Center for Family Life works hard to provide those resources. Again, that's been shuttered by the pandemic. We believe that no child, especially at such a young age, should have to audition to receive an excellent, safe, and affirming education. Like so many have said before, this audition-only school was not what families, community members, and educators were promised. I think one parent had it in writing. So we were excited when we learned about the new middle school, but again, we didn't have the same intention that the founders so thoughtfully shared tonight. I don't think that was what was shared with the community, and we haven't been able to be a part of this process. We will pull together and get these resources for our kids to feel prepared. But we don't support this, and we do support the algorithm that was written into the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Elaine Friedland,
Yes, I'm here.
go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Parents in District 20 have finally been heard, and that we have advocated and pleaded to have an audition style school in District 20. District 20 does not have a school like this, and this is an MS 936 is the first of its kind, and it should be applauded, and it should be held up as a standard. I am a parent of a student at MS 936. Having a screened audition school like MS 936 does not stop other elementary schools, particularly the ones on this line, and other middle schools from instituting an arts program at their school that is not screened or audition based. Neither the CEC or anybody in New York City should be taking away programs that others have advocated. They should instead be adding more programs to other schools. This school is succeeding in it. Don't take it away from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lily Cow.
I tried to do a search, but I didn't find her.
Lily Cow， 你在群里面吗？你在那个 Zoom 上面呢？如果在的话，请举一下手。也可以那个要求 unmute， 因为我们在群里没有看到你的名字。Lily? Nope, I don't see anybody raise hand.
Okay, we'll move on.
Shauna Ahmed.
Yes, hi, good evening. My name is Shauna Ahmed. I wear many hats in District 20. I am an educator at MS 936. I am a PTA president of an elementary school in Sunset Park. I have been living in 11220 my whole life. I'm a first generation immigrant, and I can tell you that having an art school in District 20 is going to benefit the entire community. This school is meant to benefit the entire community, and we're here to look at passion for the arts, not proficiency. We want students that like the arts. You don't even need to excel in it. You don't need to have true talent in it. We just want people that have a passion for the arts in the school. And since our doors have opened, before the ground was broken, it was always meant to be a school for District 20, to service the entire District 20 community, not a specific zip code. And we are continuing to do that. And we've just added the screening process to it to help enrich District 20 and give the entire community access to intensive education in the arts to better our district, to get students ready for screened high schools if they choose to go to LaGuardia and choose to go to other programs in the future. And that is all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Did we already hear from Sophia Zhao? Or am
Yeah, I think we did. I think that's the one I helped to translate.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Okay.
We might mix the name with someone else. How many more names on the list?
We're almost to the end of the list.
Because I saw 3 people are raising their hands for a long time already.
Yeah, we'll get to the raised hands too. We'll just work through the list. We're almost done with the list.
Okay.
I think only like 3 more names.
Okay. Yassine Melendez Jimenez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jasen Melendez Jimenez. First, I would like to thank you for allowing me the time and space to address the floor. I am speaking as the school counselor of PS 503 for the last 16 years and as a prior District 20 parent regarding the audition process of MS 936. As a school member who works with parents one-to-one, supporting them with the middle school application process, I have heard firsthand how the last-minute decision of having an audition process for the 2022-2023 school year has become an additional stress to what is already a stressful time with completing applications and what we are all experiencing in the world. I do believe that our district will benefit from all of the wonderful arts-based opportunities that MS 936 has to offer. But due process should be considered, and this process should be rolled out for the 2023-2024 application process, where parents will have the chance to understand the requirements needed and can support their children with creating an audition piece that will show their true potential. At this time, parents are asking me many questions regarding the requirements of auditions because, as we all know, our district population is made up of mostly immigrant families that do not speak, yet alone read the English language, yet the audition requirements are not available in the many languages of our district. Another question that I'm receiving is regarding a rubric that will be used. However, I'm unable to provide this information as it has yet to be shared. With the reality of 1 week left before we go on winter break and then 2 days when we come back, I do not have enough time to support our families with completing applications and submitting their auditions into my schools. I do not believe this will give the families the appropriate time needed that they would need to meet the requirements set forth by the auditions of MS 936. This time, everything is being rushed and the students within our district are suffering from this process. I request that the audition process is paused for this year and resume for the 2023-2024 school year so that families can be best supported. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you, Speaker.
Christina Frizone.
Christina?
Hello,
Okay.
can you
Yep,
hear me?
we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, so I'm an employee of MS 936, and I just wanted to give a little bit of my insight in the school from what I see. And I work in a 12-to-1 setting with children that are special needs. And also I see kids that are ICT, general ed. And I do see a lot of these teachers, the dance teacher, the art teacher, the music teacher. Unfortunately, they do have students that are zoned to this school and they don't want to be there. And no matter how much their parents want them to be there and want them to be involved in the arts, it's just not something that they care about. And, you know, you think when they first come in, you can really just be there for them and support them and guide them into, maybe art, maybe music. But when somebody just doesn't have a passion for it and they don't want to be there, it's unfortunate that it distracts other children in those settings that want to be there, that are gifted and talented. And, in my class throughout the day for dance class, we have half of the boys, almost all of them, they don't want to join in. They don't want to dance. They don't want to sing. They don't want to draw. And you could just sit by them and talk to them and try to guide them. And they laugh about it. They're embarrassed to dance. They're embarrassed to sing, and they just don't want to be there. And it's not fair because we're constantly redirecting them and they're distracting the other students that do want to be there. So yes, of course, every parent wants their child to have that opportunity, but they also need to stop and think about the children that do want to be there and are gifted and talented and are not given the full opportunity to do what they want to do because there's constantly distractions in between. And I promise you, when I say distractions, it's not fair to the teachers that sit there and want to get through one class and can't because we have students that just don't want to be involved.
Thank you, Speaker.
You're welcome.
So Natalia, are you signing off now?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so if I'm the host, everyone just bear with me, and we'll get through this. So there's nothing else, Natalia, there's nothing else I need to do as host, just manage the meeting, same as you
Steve,
do.
would you like me to do that? That's something that I do.
Yeah, that'd be great, Vito.
You
Thank
have to make me host now.
Natalia, can you do that? Or
She
I
can.
have
You have to do it.
Yep. So I just go down, find your name here.
Make host.
Yeah, 1 minute. There you go, sir. Now, why did that just, so then can you make me back to co-host?
I can.
Thank you.
We have the power. Make co-host.
Great. Next speaker, Donghui Zhang.
Hi, I'm Donghui. So I'm a Queen's parent and I'm a former city council candidate. I'm here today to support to keep the art audition of middle school 936. So I hear that some parents saying the current admission policy only serves for certain district, certain zip code. So which I couldn't understand. I thought, audition is audition, right? So I mean, if you pass the audition and then you prove your child is very prepared and your child have the talent, how could that only serve for certain zip code? So I mean, any school cannot be open or accessible to all students because each school has limited number of seats. So that's what admission means. But in the meantime, any school is actually also open to all the students, within the school district or borough or city, because, no single school is saying, only certain color of students can get enrolled or can participate the audition or screening or whatever. I mean, every student, actually, I truly believe, I mean, all the students have the potential to learn and succeed, at least in some perspective. I mean, in their true talent, where it resides. I mean, if they don't, exhibit their potential, if they don't succeed in the talents where they should have, so that's the fault of DOE, that's the fault of the community or the adults, who are responsible to educate them. So don't blame those failure, to the fair admission. And I see, we all know that for 2020 and 2021, I mean, the middle schools like Mark Twain and 187, so they already changed the admission from screen to lottery. So that was wrong. And now the mayor want to do something further wrong. So we are very, very frustrated about that. So in other words, so please keep the art audition or MS 936. I'm done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So next
muted.
one which I saw is Aaron John. Is he registered or he just, because I see his hand raised over there too?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
I registered as well.
Go ahead, Alan.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alan Aha. I'm a former member of the CEC, and I wanted to just state very quickly that I'm looking at the official document from the Office of District Planning from October 16th, 2019, when I served on this council. And I know I speak for myself and also previous member Rob Aguilar también, who this was the document that guided our vote, one of the documents, and it was very explicit that this is from the Office of District Planning. It was very explicit that it stated the building is being constructed to help address severe overcrowding across District 20. At no point in any of the official documents of the CEC that were presented to us does it state anywhere that this was going to be a screened arts-based admission school. That is just not true. The next point I wanted to raise is, in fact, if there was any controversy around the school, first of all, if that was if that language or the intention was there, it would not have gotten my vote. And I could speak to several members of the former members of the council who would not have voted for a screen school in this position. Lastly, the controversy around the school, as I remember very clearly, was that because we have such a major need for D75 special ed seats, that the questions were about, will it have enough of those seats? It wasn't about being a screen school arts only, right? Lastly, is anything sacred? I thought that, that folks who are really into screened admissions are all about standardized tests, but now you're taking the arts. Can you please leave the arts alone? Arts are a matter of right, especially when we have such tremendous need and especially when it's tied to intellectual growth. The very fact that you want to turn this into another admissions-based, sort of screen-based elitist school, it's unconscionable. We should not be doing that. So the evidence of the past teaches us that this was a school that was designed to help severe overcrowding, and the arts should be for all, not for a select few. Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. I think the next one is the gentleman raising the hand, right? We finished the name on the list.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Yeah. The name is Li Xiaozhang there. Okay.
Sorry, Kevin, did you say a
unmute
name?
yourself now?
What's that?
No.李校长，你可以取消静音了，现在到你发言。你可以取消你的静音啊。
Kevin, are you asking? Kevin,
Yeah,
sorry.
he's speaking now. He's unmuted now.
Okay, go ahead, Speaker.
我是纽约美术高考培训中心的李校长。我们现在学生和家长呢有400多位。前段时间做了一下调查，全部支持艺考。理由有以下几点：因为美国最伟大之处就是美国的教育。那么美国有常春藤8大院校，还有这个 Parsons， 包括这个罗德岛设计学院，都是世界级的顶尖级的艺术院校。为什么？因为他们有严格的艺考的制度，所以这个呢就迫使全世界的学生都努力的去学习，完成自己的学业，不管是文化课还是专业课，还是义工，还是参加大型的专业课的比赛，这些学生都能调动起来积极性，能够全部为考出好成绩努力的去学习。那么所有的学生只有努力学习，才能有好的成绩，才能体现出来精英的教育，而不是靠这个运气，所谓平等的去抽签儿。所以呢，我们也真诚的呼吁教育局能够重视这一点。美国的伟大是教育的伟大，那么纽约的伟大也应该是教育的伟大。那么纽约有5所艺术学院都被全世界所认可，没有一个不是经过考试选优秀的学生进入学校的。那么如果各个国家 都靠抽签儿进入这样的艺术名校或者常春藤的这个名校，那么怎么能够吸引他们参加美国的建设和把美国建设的更加强大？谢谢。
Oh, very good timing. I was about to say time's up. Okay. I guess I need to translate this one.
Please.
Okay, give me 1 second. I just need to stop the timer.
I don't think you have to do that.
Yeah, actually, I made a quick note while he's speaking. So he said that I cannot translate sentence by sentence, but I translate the main points here. The main point he has 2 points. One is that the US is a great country. It is great because of the education. US has so many great schools the greatest schools around the world, including Ivy League and a lot of design and art school like Rhode Island Design Institute. And all of why these schools are stay on top of among the other schools is because they all had a great audition programs system to attract the best students from the globe. And these students have a passion and enthusiastic to work hard and be successful. And this audition teach the student that they need to work hard and be successful. And it's not telling them to use the lottery and depends on the luck. So, and again, America is good because of the education, and so is New York City. New York has 5 art schools, and none of them is using so-called lottery. It's all using the audition program. And everyone use this and be a success. I hope I translated correctly. Good enough. Okay.
Got it. Thank you, speaker. And thank you, Kevin.
We have one more person, right? Niam Mian. I cannot pronounce the name, sorry. They raised the hand.
Naeem? Vito, can you ask Naeem to unmute? I'm trying to, but I can't.
Okay. Trying to find her. Do you see her?
I did click on it. I already sent say unmute, but
yep. She should be able. Naeem should be able to unmute. Should we go on and ask if anybody else wants to do it and then come back to Naeem?
Yeah, and let's check with the translation lines too. Are there any questions on the language lines?
My partner is asking right now on the Spanish line, Mr. Stefan.
Okay.
It seems we have no questions on the Spanish line.
Okay.
And we don't have any question in the Arabic line.
Okay.
No question from the Mandarin line.
Great. So Vito, last call then for
Naeem. I sent a message up, but we could do Faith Rivera. Faith, would you like to unmute?
Hi. I just wanted to share some of my opinions. I'd like to first and foremost thank my fellow PS 503 community members for sharing their thoughts and opinions on this matter. I would like to emphasize and echo everything that has already been stated by these stakeholders. I would also like to add my opinion in reference to the opposition of auditions. Many families on this call have stated that they support auditions and that just because there are auditions doesn't stop elementary school students from participating in enrichment activities. However, in response to that, what enrichment? It doesn't exist, not in our community. There is no access for my students to explore enrichment activities outside of school to even prepare for an audition. My school is currently scrambling to try and support our students in the current audition process, but there simply is not enough time. Prior to the pandemic, I myself taught chorus after school at PS 503, and due to the pandemic and restrictions, we're no longer able to run this program. Currently, I also teach enrichment after school as part of an academic recovery program for students with IEPs. These students have shown deep desire and passion for the arts. And although I've actively been a participant in the performing arts my entire life, this program is not a formal arts education program that supports our students to prepare for an audition. Again, I strongly oppose the current audition process, and like Yasen stated earlier, if this is something that the school does want to implement, it needs time to be rolled out efficiently so that teachers, students, and parents are well aware of this process and have enough time to seek out the support of their school community. Please, I urge you to pause the current policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Steve, if you would like to invite, I put it in the chat, if you would like to invite anybody who has not spoken and who would like to raise their hand.
Yeah, I think you just did it, Vito. Are there any individuals who would like to speak publicly? So Naeem, we have is not available apparently. Okay. That will conclude our public speaking time. Last item on the agenda are resolutions. I will prepare to share my screen for the 4 resolutions. Actually, a co-host can share the screen, right?
Yes, should be. Hold on. Try again.
Yeah, I'm gonna try in 1 second. Okay. So I will introduce the first 2 resolutions, and then Vito will introduce the second 2. The first resolution is does everyone see a resolution on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
So resolution on school governance, district leadership team membership. So mayoral control will likely be renewed. We've talked about this earlier. There's reportedly sort of openness to modifying aspects of it. And this resolution and the next one are just slight modifications to the current school governance structure that we wanted to bring up for a vote of support. Relatively straightforward changes to the existing school governance structure as it exists. This one will require action from the PEP, the Panel for Educational Policy, which is citywide, which the mayor appoints. Everyone, I think, is familiar with the district leadership team. It's a group of education leaders, administrators from across the district that holds regular meetings, is designed as the kind of umbrella group of education in the district, sort of overseeing the SLTs and the schools and setting district-wide education policy. There are certain required members this is all established per Chancellor's Regulation A 655. There are mandatory members of the DLT. It includes the superintendent, high school superintendent, organized labor representatives, president of the President's Council, chairperson of the Title I DPAC. CECs are not mandatory members on the DLT. it simply says that community-based organizations, the president of the district CEC, and a member of the citywide council on high schools whose child attends a high school may be included in the DLT. This resolution really just simply states elected parents should have a permanent voice on the DLT, and the CEC position should be a mandatory member of the DLT, not an optional member. And that it really just calls very simply, one, therefore, amend Chancellor's Reg A655 to make CEC presidents or their representative as mandatory members of the DLT. Any questions or any council members like to make a statement on this?
There's just one quick question.
Yep.
So that means that the current proposal, there's no parents represent on the leadership at all?
There are parents. There's the president of the President's Council. There's the chairperson of the Title I District Parent Advisory Council. Those are parent organizations, and the CEC stands out. The CEC is a little different because as of this year, it's the only publicly elected organization where you've got district-wide publicly elected voice of representation. So that's where the CEC is sort of differentiated. The others are definitely parent leaders, but elected by the PTA presidents, and yeah.
Okay.
Any other comments on this one? And I would propose bringing this up, if we pass this, definitely bringing this to the Panel for Educational Policy. There's a process you have to go through, but I would like to push this at the city level and try to get this change made and see if there's support for it. Okay, I am going to propose that we hold make a motion to vote on this resolution, and we'll do these one at a time with a vote after each one. So Vito, can you?
Yeah, do you want me to do it, or maybe Steve Stowe could do it?
Can you do it?
I gotta find it, but yes, I can do it. And then where will I file it?
Did you mean Steve Weiser could do it?
I could mean Steve Weiser could do it.
Is Steve still with us? Steve Weiser, are you still there?
Yeah, he's still online.
I don't know if it's appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have a form, so I'm just gonna wing it, okay?
Oh, dude, I mean, it's just writing names down on paper, right?
No, you know me, I like to be kind of sort of official, like
We
have a
can-
separate paper, but I'll do it later. Yes, Steve, no worries.
Where
Um,
so Steve Weiser is not available on this?
No, I'm here. Hey, sorry,
Hey, Steve.
I went to the bathroom really quick.
It's okay, it's late. Steve, is it okay? Natalia had to sign off. Is it okay for Vito to conduct the roll call vote on this, on the resolutions?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Vito.
Okay, so this resolution, we're going to take a vote on, a roll call vote. President Steve Stowe,
Yes.
Jennifer Hugh,
Yes.
Elizabeth Chan is absent, Vito Labella, yes. Marie Brugadas,
Yes.
Gada Imin,
Yes.
Li Ping Jiang,
Yes.
Yona Isufi,
Yes.
Maya Rosenblatt. Did Maya have to leave? Yes?
Yep.
Excuse. Kevin Zhao,
Yes.
Joyce Z.
Yes.
So it passes with 2, 4, 6, 9 yeses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 yeses, and no noes, and 2 excused.
Here's the next resolution. Superintendent evaluation process, again, on the theme of school governance. I shared this chart at the last meeting. I won't go long here, but essentially the process is, of course, it's mayoral controlled. Of course, the superintendent is going to report up to the mayor The accountability flows to the mayor. There's very weak accountability under mayoral control to the parents. This resolution advocates for strengthening parent involvement. It does not argue for parental control. That would be a mistake. It simply argues for our role. We are authorized to conduct a review of the superintendent every year. It simply asks for greater participation, transparency, and for parents in that process. And the amendments, the things that we're asking for are allowing for CEC attendance and participation in the DOE's review of the superintendent, requiring that the CEC evaluation is included in the formal DOE evaluation of the superintendent with equal weight applied to CEC and DOE evaluations, require that the final DOE evaluation of the community superintendent is made available to the CEC, require the DOE to provide a written response to the CEC's annual evaluation of the superintendent, and require that a summary of the CEC evaluation and the DOE response is posted publicly on the DOE website. Again, just trying to make this relationship a little more tilted, a little more in favor of parents, give parents a little bit stronger voice in the governance of the school district. But again, nothing in this resolution says that the superintendent should not ultimately be responsible to the mayor. I personally think it would be a mistake for CECs as volunteer parent bodies to have oversight and full authority over administration of a school district. So any questions on this resolution?
No.
Okay, Vito, can we conduct a vote on this resolution?
Yes, we can. Just stand by, please. President Steve Stowe,
Yes.
Vice President Jennifer Hugh.
Can I abstain?
Yes, you may.
Thanks.
Elizabeth Chen is excused. Vito Labelli, yes. Marie Brugadas,
Yes.
Hi, baby cakes. Meetings
Donna
still
Amin.
going on. Yep, it's wrapping up now, still going
Yes.
on. To be honest, a lot of
Vito,
Chinese was
can we-
talking.
hold on, yeah.
I mean, from what I heard,
Do we mute them? Thank you.
Yeah.
I got it.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, so Li Ping Yang,
Yes.
Yona Isufi,
Yes.
Maya is excused, Kevin Zhao,
Yes.
Joyce Z.
Yes.
Okay, so we have 8 yeses, 1 abstain, 2 excused.
Thanks, Vito. I will,
Would you please do me a favor and would you
Yep.
introduce the other 2?
oh yeah, introduce them?
Yeah, please.
Sure, no problem. Can everyone see the sibling preference?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this resolution is in response to the recently announced sibling preferences at citywide middle schools. And just for, as a refresher, for current students who are in 6th grade, students in 6th grade currently were admitted under the new admissions process. Students who are at academically screened middle schools in 7th grade were admitted under the academically screened process. So there's a new policy in place to grant sibling preference in middle school admissions to current 6th graders, but not to current 7th graders. And so effectively what this does means any kids who got in there on academic merit in 7th grade, their siblings don't benefit from sibling preference, but the current 6th graders do. Now, the argument is if you're an academically talented student, you should prove yourself and not benefit from sibling preference. But then by the same token, why should we be granting sibling preference to the 6th graders who got in under a strictly a lottery basis? And so the the enrollment officer actually commented on this, and the chief enrollment officer, she responded in an email to Vito actually, saying that this sibling preference was based on an admissions reform that District 15 did. It was the diversity initiative in District 15. And basically her explanation is that they essentially took the principle of this admissions plan in District 15 and wanted to roll it out citywide. The plan in District 15, just to sort of, it involves prioritizing individuals based on economic need, other things like that. In many cases, it involves students moving to schools far across the district. And so effectively, what we're asking for in this resolution is, number one, the District 15 program is something that District 15 piloted. It shouldn't necessarily be implemented citywide under the guise of the DOE always made clear that they were going to try and push a District 15 type program citywide. But the way that they did this is they rolled it out. To be honest, they make it seem like it's not that big a deal, but it is a big deal. Because number one, it's increased travel time for many students, like I just said. Number two, there's been no proof that the District 15 program has achieved the outcomes that people thought it would achieve. And actually, one of our points is that if you're actually granting students sibling preference at schools that are not in their neighborhood, you might end up with more students selecting the schools that are closest to them if you're not allowing students to choose. So I'm just going to scroll down here. We make a comment on here that this there has been some concern raised that if you're granting sixth grade students sibling preference, but not students in seventh grade, and because we're talking about academically screened schools, there's a majority students of Asian descent at the academically screened schools. For better or worse, that's just a fact. And these are the students represented in seventh grade who will no longer benefit from the sibling priority, whereas now these academically screened schools have these sixth grade classes based on the lottery, and presumably just have been less of an Asian population, one would expect. And so the effect is to just potentially reduce the number of Asian students in these schools. And we know that was
yes, we know that was, we're doing a tag team here, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you could please jump in on the next one. We got to do it together, buddy. So yeah, so look, this goes back to what Karenza said years ago, where no students have the right to these schools. And it's a dog whistle for anti-Asian. There's just too many Asians. We hear that again and again and again, and it's just not right. And that's one of the biggest problems with this resolution, with this policy, and that's why this resolution is there to address it.
And yeah, and we had conversations with the chief of enrollment as recently as a few weeks ago, where she reiterated that the suspension of screens and lottery replacement was just intended to be a temporary pause, not to expand an unproven program. But then in fact, the sibling preference does, in fact, she herself said it's based on a program that is in fact unproven. And so we just ask, this resolution, it asks the DOE to really adopt a consistency with the approach to sibling preference. Either you extend it to all students, sixth graders and seventh graders, regardless of the older child's admissions method, or you don't extend it to anyone. And the argument typically used for sibling preference is to make travel burden easier on families. So anyway, that's the gist of the resolution. We cite here that it's, the DOE, of course, can still fulfill the rest of the pledge about suspending academic screens and put those into place if they wanted to. We know they can do that with the arts programs. And we're also asking for the release of enrollment data to see if these programs, like the one piloted in District 15 and the middle school program piloted in honestly, the middle school lottery enrollment program that happened everywhere citywide, if in fact it resulted in longer travel times, if students actually went out of their district, or if they ended up just more or less staying close to home, not going to screen schools, but picking the local school, and thereby not achieving the goals of the diversity and admissions plan. So again, it's just asking for a little more clarification, information as to why the change was made, and so, sort of some evidence to support it. So any questions from council members on that?
Steve, do you know if they will be publishing any data from this experimental thing from last year at all? Is that scheduled to happen?
We were just talking with Superintendent Preto about that. Vito raised the point of, let's take a look at some of the academic data especially on the incoming 6th grade class. And so, in fact, we've sort of teed that up as an upcoming thing to sort of engage on and get more information on.
Okay, so basically, this is being, okay, sure, thanks.
Yep. Any other comments? Okay, Vito, can we hold a roll call vote, please?
Can I ask real quick? Sorry.
Yeah, of course.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Jonas.
I was a little torn about this resolution because is the sibling preference like a guarantee, or how does, I have no idea how that works. Like what kind of factor? Because I understand what you're trying to say, that it wouldn't be fair to the 7th grade versus the 6th grade. But let's say I'm not there yet, but when my sons are older, if some parents just want their kids to be together in the school for convenience, so I don't know if that ties in into this.
I believe it's a guarantee. Superintendent, can you confirm that? So if you have a 6th grader and you have an incoming 5th grader, an incoming 6th grader, but a present 6th grader now, so your kid would apply, and this would be, since it's a lottery right now, the lottery wouldn't count for that family, and it would be, I believe, a guaranteed seat. Bill Chin? No, no one, anybody? It's a long night, I know.
Superintendent Preto, are you still?
I see him, but he's
Yeah.
probably stepped away.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello, boss. Thank you very much. So if we're going with we're going with the lottery for middle school, if there is a sibling preference currently just for 6th grade, is it a guarantee? Like the lottery number doesn't count for that family, that kid is guaranteed a seat. Is that correct?
Can you repeat it? I'm just.
I hear you. I hear you. It's very late. The policy right now, if there's a 6th grade sibling and a 5th grade rising, it's not a lottery for that family. That family is guaranteed a seat for that 5th grade child.
They're a priority, yes. Where they fall in the priority is going to be listed in my schools. So like, that's my understanding of how it works.
So it's like, if you have a really bad lottery number, your priority won't matter?
No, that I don't know. What I do know is that the sibling priority, if you've got a sixth grade sibling and you're a fifth grader, that bumps you up in the priority list for how the admission process works. As far as like how that actually shakes out in the algorithm for the lottery, I'd have to ask admissions about how that works. That's not my.
Is the common conception is that it's pretty much a guaranteed seat for that child?
I can't say that. Like,
Okay.
what,
I think I think superintendent's answer is sufficient. I don't.
Yona?
Okay, thank you. I'm still not 100% sure on this, but I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, and everyone, I encourage everyone to please vote your according to your opinion. Absolutely. Any other comments? All right, Vito, can we do a roll call vote?
Yes, sir. President Steve Stowe,
Yes.
Vice President Jennifer Hugh,
Yes.
Elizabeth Chan's excused, Vito Labella, yes. Marie Brugadas,
Yes.
thank you. Gada Imeen,
Yes.
Li Ping Yang,
Yes.
Yona Esufi.
I think I'll abstain then. 'Cause I'm
No
not
worries. Thank you very
100%
much for your vote. Maya's excused, Kevin Zhao,
Yes.
and Joyce C.
Yes.
Thank you all. We have 8 yeses, 1 abstain, 2 excused. The motion passes.
And everyone can now see the screen high school admission policy.
Yes.
Okay, the last one, this one I feel strongly about this one. This is the new high school admission policy. So this will affect all of District 20 8th graders. This applies to students who are applying to high schools that have historically had some kind of academic screening process. And the estimate is that within the city of New York, we're talking about approximately 15% of high schools. This does not include, what I'm referring to right now does not include the specialized high schools, the exam schools. So we're just talking about schools like Nest in Manhattan. Early on, the DOE, or relatively recently, the DOE said that these type of schools could still devise a screened academic criteria. And then come what may, lo and behold, the DOE says, oh, we're going to do it. You can still do it, but we're going to come up with the formula ourselves and manage it ourselves. So the DOE came up with a formula, and it's way too late to
Yes.
to go into this, but it is essentially what it boils down to is using sort of a selective, it selects your best grades from a different time range and assigns you, it doesn't assign you a ranking based on your actual grades, but it takes your grades and then puts them into a group. And the effect of that is that instead of being evaluated just based on your actual grade point, you get evaluated on equal basis with everyone in that group. And the groups are very broad. So the first group is everyone with a GPA, a grade point average from 85 to 100. So there's a huge range within that, right? And that's all considered group 1. And then group 2 is everyone with an average from between 75 to 84. And the problem, especially the problem with the breadth, the width of the ranges and the way that they're picking grades, is that you could have situations like we've demonstrated here, where students with stronger GPAs are actually fall into lower categories. For example, in the lower left, the student with a grade point average of 88, 3 84s plus 100 average in science, they get put into category 2. Whereas up top, these two on the right, students with averages of 85, 75, 85, 75, an overall GPA of 80, and another one with an overall GPA of 80, including one who has a 65, these could all be put into group one. And I think it's a very, very problematic process. I think it was intentionally done to really try and diminish the effect of GPA, grade point averages on the high school admissions process. It's done in a way that, in our opinion, really dilutes the value of, group one. You could have a GPA of 98 or a GPA of 86, and you have the same odds of getting into your top choice of high school. So that's the primary criticism in this resolution. According to the DOE, it's the same process as it was used last year with applications, where if you have an excess, more applicants than seats available, you'll get a lottery. And so given that there's such a high number of students in the top group, I think the information, the data that I was looking at, group one, it's estimated that group one will have 50 to 75% of all the kids applying, whereas 15% of the seats are available for these selective academic schools. So it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that group two will not have a shot. So anyway, that's the essence of the policy that we are.
So may I jump in?
Go
Steve?
ahead, Vito, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry. This is tag team. This is great. So in addition to that, this has a deleterious effect on the specialized high school process as well. Specifically because the specialized high schools decisions are coming out in March, whereas the secondary screen schools are coming out in April. So a kid's got an acceptance to Bronx Science, and he's not making a decision. He's holding it, and he also gets an acceptance into Eleanor Roosevelt. Great, he did really well. He wants to go to Eleanor Roosevelt. It's closer to his home, and now Bronx Science, that's a spot. Now, because of all of this huge bucket group and all of these kids are depending on a lottery, a lot of kids are not going to get a spot. And now we have a Bronx Science spot that is unfilled. So what we're asking is that principals in these specialized high schools take the maximum amount of kids possible, building in like they do in the airlines with overflow, and that we have a waiting list. Now, there's nothing in Het Calandra that precludes a waiting list for specialized high schools. So we'd like a waiting list that expires in the end of October when the enrollment numbers are due, rather than in the middle of July when there's no way to figure out who's going where, because kids don't show up until, the first or second week in September. So the very important two things that we're asking, there's the whereas and the ask. I explained those both right there. I hope I did so appropriately.
Yep, that's great.
Any questions from the council about this?
Steve, can I also just add one more thing?
Please.
So basically, I would say that this little weird thing that they have pushed out, it's extremely confusing for a lot of parents to look at it and like be able to see why their kid did or did not get into a school. It's not straightforward. It's confusing, and I just feel like it's very it's like a way of obfuscating the whole process, and I really don't like it. I don't like the fact that they pushed it out like just now too. It's a complete mess, and I think that they did not have any parent engagement on this as well when they pushed it out. Like, why would anybody want this? It's not straightforward. That's my biggest point. And I think that if we had something a little bit simpler, people could get it and they could understand like, oh, well, you know, you got in or you didn't get in, but this is completely not that.
Yeah.
Good points, Jen. Absolutely. Any other council members?
After the vote, I need to just speak on a similar topic before we go. I know it's late, but I need to do it.
Necessary, Vito?
Absolutely necessary.
Absolutely. All right, I trust you. You have to make a motion to add something to the agenda.
I mean, this is related. I don't know if it's related. Oh, don't we have open meeting? Isn't there an open item? Or I'll just make a motion. That's fine.
Make a motion.
Let's
Let's
take a vote.
Take a vote. Yep.
President Steve Stowe,
Yes.
Vice President Jennifer Hugh,
Yes.
Elizabeth Chan's excused, Vito Labella, yes. Maria Brugaris,
Maria had to go.
okay, excused. Gada Imin,
Yes.
Li Ping Yang,
Yes.
Yona Isufi,
Yes.
Maya's excused, Kevin Zhao,
Yes.
and Joyce Z.
Yes.
8 yeses, 3 excused, motion passes.
Thanks, Vito. What's
Yeah.
your motion?
May I make a motion to speak about the lottery number as it pertains to middle and high school enrollment?
Yeah, is there, I'll second it.
Thank you. So this is just information purposes. Because the buckets are so big, the lottery number is going to decide. Now, you can foil and get your child's lottery number. We're not gonna make a resolution, obviously, and I don't know how to get this out to parents. What I would like to ask, and I'd like to ask the superintendent to put it out to principals, to allow parents, there's a template that I can provide to, it goes to the FOIL officer, and it goes to middle school enrollment and or high school enrollment. And all it says is, I would like the lottery number for my child. This is the OSIS number. You provide a copy of your driver's license and they will send you that lottery number. This is important. I want to share, my child got a horrible lottery number for high school. That means that if I want to go to, if I know she's not going to get into any of these second tier schools, I'm hanging my hat on the SHSAT schools. But now I know in my back of my head, I might want to just look into a private school. I might want to look into parochial school. I might want to look into moving to a different district or a different neighborhood or a different city or wherever. So that's very important that these families have this information so they can make an informed decision. And the DOE should make it part of my schools where that you get your lottery right there. And there's an explanation about what it means, but absenting that, and this goes back to Jen's obfuscation comment. They don't do that, but we have to step up. So I want to have some way to get that out there to parents. Steve, I'm sorry I took up an extra 5 minutes, but
That's
it's
okay.
very important.
That's okay. Absolutely. And I think one thing is that the session next week, Tuesday, the 15th, that will definitely be a topic of discussion, the joint session with CEC2 and the Citywide Council on High Schools. There will be discussion of that, of the lottery number and all the complications around it. Okay, I'm going to make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second?
Seconded.
All in favor of adjourning the meeting?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
who's
you, thank
stuck it
you.
out here. Thank you to all the members of the community still on the call. We really appreciate the participation tonight. It was a great meeting. Talk soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a District 20 record. We're almost like District 2.
Oh, no.
Thank you. Good night.
Take care.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.